në hapës për forumin e shoqërisë civile Tirana 2023. Unë jam Tirana, jam mikpritja juaj e inteligjencës artificiale. Ju mirëpres të gjithëve sot. Moto sot të këtë vit është për forumin është shkyçja e progresit e armë evropiane për Ballkanin Perëndimor. Në këtë modo, në muajt e fundit, shoqëria civile, media, akademia dhe vendimarrësit kanë diskutuar në takime tematike, kanë marrë pjesë në aktivitete publike dhe janë angazhuar në advokim në kryeqytetet e BE-s për të ngritur zërin për angazhimin evropian të Ballkanit Perëndimor. Këtë vit forumi i shoqërisë civile është mbështetet financiarisht nga fondacionet për shoqërinë e hapur të Ballkanit Perëndimor. Ftoj zotin Andi Dobrushi, drejtorin e Ballkanit Perëndimor, të flasë për rrugëtimin që na ka sjellë të gjithëve këtu. Zoti Dobrushi, fjala është për ju.
Mr. Ardot, good morning, welcome everyone. This was
Kjo është edhe për mua është e çuditshme, do të them realisht, domethënë, por është me vend për vendin ku jemi. Jemi në piramidë që kjo piramidë ka një rëndësi të madhe dhe një kuptim të madh për ne, sepse në fillim të viteve 90, para viteve 90 na detyronin të vinim këtu me zor, sepse ishte memoriali i diktatorit, por tani ka fituar një rëndësi të madhe, moderne, sepse është do të shihni pas meje, shihni qendrën Tumo dhe kam përshtypjen që kryetari i bashkisë do të flasë shumë më tepër.
Innovation technology, basically youth center, bringing together like a completely different set of people, ideas, innovation, which we so much need in this country, but also in the region. When we're coming here, many people were asking me, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I mean, I think we all are ready, not only for this event, but I think for much more. It's going to be... Thank you. Thanks. This will be very intense 2 days. Some people were concerned about the intensity of the agenda, but we have made sure that this agenda will have less people to talk in the panels and way more discussions, because we are here not to tell you what to do. We've been discussing that for the 6 months, you know, like in the working thematic groups, and behind me when you entered you saw lots of all the working thematic groups. Most of you are here and we're going to hear a lot in the discussions, but the idea was to talk less, be courageous actually to talk less. It takes courage to talk less, and to be brave to do more. I think that's why we are here, and I will not exhaust and tire you about the importance of the Berlin process and why it is so important. We know it's the 9th year. I think we've had plenty of opportunities almost every year, but the pandemic period, to tell to each other how important the Berlin process is, and what is its relevance and what it holds for the accession process, for the perspective of the region, in the integration process of the region in the EU. We know that, but this year we wanted to do it differently. We said it last night, we mentioned it a bit. Basically, this is Berlin process coming home. It comes in the region, and I think this talks volumes about the agency that the region wants to have in this process. The agency, not only the region, not only the governments, but most importantly, also civil society, think tanks, who have been for the past 30 years fighting their own battles, sometimes failing, sometimes succeeding, but being there, being present, and pushing the agenda much more than also the governments, many times, I have to say. So for us, this is a very, very important moment, which defines a bit also our future. We've been 30 years into this process. We've been talking together for 30 years. But this is also the moment of thinking like, okay, what we'll do next, you know, like, and I think much of the discussions that we have thought that would be inspired today were not on what we need to do, but how do we do it? How we implement it? Basically, the main ingredients of this activity, when we discussed it also with our partners in the beginning, were like, how do we make this work together more actionable? How do we do our recommendations more implementable? How does the civil society and think tanks define their role in a very, very different context? I mean, no need to say. It's just enough to open the news and to see that the crisis and many crises are looming in the region and beyond. I don't need to delve in that because there is a need for a sense of optimism today, So I think that's very important. But it comes also with the acute awareness that we are not immune to this crisis, and we have to deal with those, and we have to basically think together how we proceed. Of course, values are very important. We draw lots of inspiration and lots of power on the values, but also the need to balance the new geopolitical realities call also for a need in rebalancing also this and rethinking our position, when it comes to the future. This year's event is very much focused on the economics, and I think that speaks also volumes. So we'll see, the working thematic groups range from a variety of issues. We'll start, of course, with the geopolitics and security. Behind me, like you have all the working thematics groups, also the path of the countries, so far in the EU, but geopolitics, energy, green transition, mobility, migration, dynamics of enlargement. These are a few of the topics that we'll discuss these 2 days. I have to say that we made sure that lots of work went into this ahead of this day. We didn't see this day as coming together and discussing it from the very beginning. We've been into this with the working thematic groups for the 7 months into the process. They have put lots of energy. There has been a very, very broad consultation with the, not only among ourselves, because we didn't want this to become a conversation of the like-minded, but we also wanted this to become a conversation also with people who think differently, also with the governments, also with the other actors, also with the experts, also with the businesses. So I think this, and that's why we hold over 21 sessions, like hybrid and online, and physically, in all the capitals of the region. And they came out with concrete recommendations which served as platform for also our advocacy. There were, I think, let me check, 36 advocacy meetings in Berlin and Brussels. So that tells you that when we come today, we have done our homework, because many times we're told, we have to do our homework and we have to do it well. I think this time we have to be proud as civil society because we have done it well. And these 2 days should serve us basically to read the signs, and we're reading those well, and come up with a new step, with a new vision, with innovative ideas, which I think we'll have plentiful of those in these next days. I want to conclude with one thing. We've been hearing a lot about, this is a moment, just use the moment, let's grab the moment. I think we know what the moment is. Let's try to define it. I think this is our task, So I thank you so much for coming here. It's been a real pleasure last night. I think we will have lots of things to do in the next 2 days. And besides talking to each other and getting to know each other more and thinking of new ideas which will help us to set up a process and continuous process after the summit. We don't see this as a one-time thing. That's very important. We hope that out of these meetings in the next 2 days will shape our joint work for the future to come in the region, and hoping that this will be a stepping stone in the efforts of the civil society organizations, think tanks in the region, but also a next very strong signal also to the future generations that will come, also to the youth particularly, who we see it as the main generator of ideas and efforts. I think most of us have been in this story for some time. So I think youth and innovation would be a great input in this effort together. So thank you. I wish all to us, of us today, like to have a very great event, successful one. And I hope that you will not enjoy only the event, but also Tirana. We have ordered a very good time for you, like the weather is perfect still, like I think only on Monday we'll have rain, so we're lucky, like for these 2 days. We changed that too, you see, so I think, and enjoy the hospitality of this country, and yes. I don't need to do a moderation because there is the avatar coming. We're joking with the mayor. We said, like, that's not the most beautiful representative girl from Tirana, but I think she will do as an avatar. I said that, okay.
The Berlin process in 2014 as a platform for high-level cooperation and dialogue between representatives of the Western Balkans and their peers in some of the EU countries. Since then, the process evolved to also include Western Balkans public administrations, EU institutions, international financial institutions, civil society, youth, and the private sector. In this context, Mr. Manuel Cerezen, the German Federal Special Representative for the countries of the Western Balkans, will address us today through a video message.
Dear participants of this year's Civil Society Forum of the Berlin process, I extend my best regards, and I deeply regret that I cannot be with you today and greet you in person. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this year's Civil Society Forum, which is the Open Society Foundation, the Hellenic Foundation for Europe, and Foreign Policy, with support of the Cooperation and Development Institute, for organizing this integral part of the Berlin process. The journey of this forum has nothing been short of extraordinary. Originally, it was launched in 2015 in Vienna and then completed in 2019 in Poznan. It has just served as a catalyst for many political discussions. Your expertise plays an essential role in supporting reforms in our countries, and you add important issues to the agenda. Over the course of the next 2 days, you will complete 2 extensive forums and encompass more than 7 thematic sessions relevant to the future of the Western Balkans. These sessions will be the home of ideas, where passionate voices from civil society, public representatives, and various stakeholders will merge in constructive and inclusive dialogue. This dialogue will enable us to deliberate on critical issues of our time: economic development, energy, digitalization, green agenda, and mobility. The German government and I personally are committed to supporting your countries in their efforts to face these challenges and, in the end, come together in a common future within the European Union. One element of that is our continuous effort to the Berlin process. The Berlin process wants to bring concrete benefits to the citizens in the region and aims to strengthen regional cooperation in different areas. All 6 Western Balkan countries belong to Europe. We want all 6 Western Balkan countries to one day also belong to the European Union. You are part of Europe and part of the European family. This is why we are committed to the enlargement of the EU. For this, we expect a clear commitment to the implementation of the necessary reforms from all governments in the region and expect them to address common challenges of our time, such as energy transition, economic development, rule of law, democracy, and social welfare. The Berlin process is intended to help create the necessary foundations for this, even though cooperation is sometimes made difficult by bilateral issues and politicization. It is important for the Western Balkans to also work on green transition. It is vital to ensure energy security, mitigate climate change, reduce public health problems related to pollution, and to stimulate green economic growth. Without increased efforts in this field, the gap to the EU will only widen for the region. Reconciliation and conflict resolution in the Western Balkans is essential future where shared understanding and cooperation are starting to replace historic grievances. The path to lasting peace can only be paved with dialogue, compromise, and the commitment to build bridges instead of barriers. We want jointly reach agreements that will bring the Western Balkan states closer together. physically through mobility agreements, politically through enhanced cooperation, digitally through common rules on roaming charges, and socially through the creation of cross-border programs such as the regional youth organization RICO. The solutions and insights emerging from the Civil Society Forum will serve as important contributions for our work, for a more resilient, prosperous and inclusive future for the region and beyond. Let us remember that the strength of your societies lies in your ability to engage in dialogue, exchange ideas and work together toward a common goal, like the European integration. My hope is that this is embracing the strengths of the European Union one day, when your skills and your abilities are also supporting us inside the European Union in getting even better. I look very much forward to your concrete contributions, to policy discussions that will come from these forums, and I'm looking forward to get a good report and to try to follow your advices as far as possible. Thank you.
Open Society Foundation's Western Balkans were not alone in this enormous endeavor to organize this year's forum. This year's forum is a result of a close collaboration with the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy from Greece and the Cooperation and Development Institute from Albania. I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Armakolas, Associate Professor, Senior Research Fellow and Head of Southeast Europe Program at Aliamep to make a statement.
Thank you. I'm Ioannis Armakolas, on behalf of the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy, better known as Aliamep. In Athens, I would like also to welcome you after Andy Dobrousi to this important yearly event. Almost a year ago, less than a year ago, we teamed together with CDI and of course Open Society Foundation's Western Balkans to put together this important gathering of the civil society and the think tanks of the region. But we thought this year, this time, it's not going to be only the civil society and think tanks from the region, but also, as the Western Balkans are integrating with the rest of Europe, it will be a meeting, a gathering, and also an opportunity for consultations also with the EU, with organizations from EU member states. In that context, we tried, in a sense, to innovate, but at the same time build on the successes, on the lessons learned from previous years, and try to work with hundreds of civil society organizations and members from the Western Balkans and the EU member states in putting together ideas for the future of the Western Balkans and ideas for the future of the integration of the Western Balkans in the European Union. As Andy mentioned earlier, we have put together 7 working groups, 7 thematic working groups, and we try to give a different twist this year to the thematic working groups, so maybe I can give you a couple of information about how we worked, about the methodology of the work of the thematic working groups. First of all, we expanded the thematic scope, but we did that with a well-designed and streamlined framework in order to produce meaningful contributions to policy thinking. So this year we wanted to actually contribute specific ideas to policy thinking. We expanded the membership also of the organizations involved in the various consultations and deliberations. Hundreds of organizations and individual analysts were involved in discussions, in consultations. And we also, differently from previous years, actively engaged with policy and decision makers in order to have them part of the process. We started from the beginning. It was one of the intentions of this year's Civil Society Forum to get feedback, to get information, to get engagement from those who actually implement policy, design and implement policy. And we had, as Andy mentioned earlier, several policy advocacy visits early on, but also towards the end of the process in Berlin and Brussels, and also in the Western capitals, Western Balkan capitals. We also tightened the time frame for the deliberations of the thematic working groups this year. We wanted all the ideas, the drafts and the recommendations to be delivered early on so that we get feedback from other analysts, from civil society, from policymakers, from decision makers. We are proud that our working groups very early on produced these ideas and these drafts, and these have been circulated in Brussels, in Berlin, in other capitals. We got feedback, we improved, we revised the versions of what will be produced, what will be presented today and tomorrow. All this was part of the process we designed from the beginning. And also, we introduced a very rigorous internal process of quality control. We had a kind of a sounding board, both within ELIAMEP and also the other organizers of the Civil Society Forum. And I think what we produced this year is thematic reports which are shorter, punchier, and I think better tailored to meet the requirements of policy making. And that was from the beginning the intention of this year's Civil Society Forum. Not just to produce something that will be drafted, produced, read by think tanks, but drafted, produced for policymakers and also contribute to thinking about policy making. I think through that process, and I encourage everybody to read the reports that are produced, what we, I think, debunk as myths, or maybe rather put in context some of the concerns, is twofold. One is something that is very often heard, that there is not enough capacity in the Western Balkans in order for the accession process to be accelerated and all six countries of the Western Balkans to join the European Union very soon. I think we have shown through the work of the thematic working groups that there is enough intellectual, conceptual, ethical support for the EU integration process by all the civil society organizations and the think tanks, but at the same time there is critical support to the governments. There is knowledge-based, principle support to the accession process, not a support to the governments without conditions. And another myth we debunk with the work of the thematic working groups is also something that is very often heard in Brussels, in Berlin and other capitals, is that the Western Balkans care only about the small problems and disputes in the region, and the world has bigger issues, bigger problems, bigger policy priorities. The thematic dimension, the thematic approach of this year's Civil Society Forum will show that the Western Balkans have understanding, knowledge, ideas and recommendations for the bigger global agenda that the European Union is pursuing, for the green transition, for energy, for mobility, for all the problems that are global, and the European Union, of course, is very much involved in tackling. And the Western Balkans also have ideas, also have recommendations, and the Western Balkans will be part of the European Union approach to these bigger global problems. I think it's very important that this message comes from Tirana this year. This message comes from the first time that a Western Balkan country holds the presidency of the Berlin process. I will close by thanking the Albanian government, of course, for trusting ELIAMEP, the Hellenic Foundation for European Foreign Policy, and giving us the opportunity, together with CDI and the Open Society Foundations, to do this process this year. I would like to thank all the organizations, civil society, and think tanks involved in all the deliberations, hundreds and hundreds of people involved in the various discussions and exchanges. And of course, Andy Dobrusi, I cannot say it in the way that the lady said it here, Dobrusi or something like that, and Open Society Foundations Western Balkans for their support, and looking forward for the rest of the weekend. Thank you very much.
The pyramid is the inspiration behind the visual identity for the Civil Society and Think Tank Forum Tirana 2023, and it feels right to kick off the forum right here. But as such, the pyramid is not just a visual symbol, it also reflects the transformation and changes the Western Balkans is capable of. Built in 1988 as a museum dedicated to commemorating the communist dictatorship regime, today the building has been transformed into a regional hub for technology and innovation. looking towards the future. To welcome us to Tirana and the Pyramid, I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Arian Vellier, the Mayor of Tirana, to address us. Please welcome Mr. Vellier.
I'm looking very forward to the moment she applies the acquis communautaire. Then I think we'll see the power of AI in the region. But, you know, like the saying goes, everything has been said, but not by everyone. So here I am to conclude your morning welcome. Last night you were in a royal palace where no royal ever slept. And today you're in a pyramid where no pharaoh ever came. Because, but we were very bad with refrigeration in the 80s. So when he passed away in 1985, we could not realize the dream of having another Ho Chi Minh and Lenin mummified in the pyramid. So the pyramid became from a mausoleum to a museum. And then from a museum it became NATO headquarters. And then after NATO headquarters during the Yugoslav wars, it became a big club called, appropriately, The Mummy. And then after The Mummy, just became a big slide when most of us lost our jeans, sliding down. And I think it's a metaphor of this city, it's a metaphor of the Balkans. Sliding down and letting things go, it's a lot easier than actually climbing up and going to the top. So I think this metaphor is very telling of the transformation, the metamorphosis of this city. So welcome to Tirana. It's been a delight. Andy was very worried because we had so many events going on. The city was overwhelmed by tourists. Luckily, a lot of the rooms that were freed by the Czech fans were taken by you guys. But I'm hoping you leave with a better result than the Czech team. But jokes aside, I'm truly delighted that you are in Tirana. And I think this is proof, the city is living proof of what the Western Balkans is capable of. Yes, we started behind, and yes, we suffered a lot, but we're also very creative. And in that sense, we're very resilient. I think that's the right word, resilient. When I became mayor 8 years ago, the city conducted something called the Atlas of Economic Complexity with the Center for International Development out of Harvard, Ricardo Hausmann and the whole team. And the city at the time, 8 years ago, was doing 25% of the economy generated was shirts, so textile. The other 25% was shoes, mostly for Gucci and Armani in Italy. Fast forward in 8 years, 25% of the city's economy is now tourism, and the other 25% is ICT. So it can change within 2 mandates the face of a city, not only in the public sphere and the urban setup, such as the pyramid and other public places, but also in the way we do economy, think of jobs of the future. We used to get paid 250 euros a month. This is jobs that anyone in Asia, in bigger cities, in Karachi, in Lahore, in Jakarta, in Hanoi, can do probably cheaper and faster. So we said, well, what can a small country do? What can a city of our size do to punch above the weight? And I think this is the right word, to punch above your weight. We are small, but we can always elevate ourselves in a different category. But speaking of boxers, Michael Tyson said, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. Then your plan means nothing. So the question is, what is our plan? And who punches us on the face? Now, I was meant to comfort you, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to disturb you rather than comfort you. We live in a crazy world right now. I think many of you were in Davos, and a key word from Davos was the polycrisis. We live in the year of polycrisis. When I became mayor, my first year, it didn't rain for 182 days. And all the experts said, you know, don't worry, Mr. Mayor, because once in 100 years you have stuff like this. And then the second year, it rained so much, it felt like I was living in Venice. And again, you know, after the floods, the experts said, don't worry, Mr. Mayor, once in 100 years, we have floods like this, like Noah's Ark and whatnot. You know, the third year, we just had endless bushfires. I remember it was like fires everywhere around the city. But there were also fires in Australia and California. So everybody said, don't worry, Mr. Mayor, once in 100 years, we have fires like this. And then it snowed in Tirana, you know, in the Mediterranean. All the trolls started saying, Mr. Mayor, where are the snowplows? I said, I cannot have a procurement for snowplows in a place that has snow once every 100 years. And then, you know, the next year, of course, we had a massive earthquake in 2019. The last big earthquake was in 1905, so literally after 100 years, you know, we had a destruction of huge chunks of the city, Kombinat, Kino Studio, big neighborhoods that completely collapsed. And again, you know, the experts said, look, once in 100 years, the tectonic plates have to stretch, so we have stuff like this. And then, of course, we have a war in Europe. Again, once in 100 years. For all of this stuff, we said never again on the climate change, never again on the war. But you know what? Now stuff that used to happen once in 100, and of course then we had the pandemic, which was literally after 100 years of the Spanish flu. So a lot of the stuff that used to happen once in the lifetime of a grandfather or a grandmother is now happening within a mandate of a mayor or a prime minister or a member of parliament. So not only the polycrises are happening now, but they are all compacted in a very short period of time. So this is a time for reflection. And you know, I loved hearing from our Greek friend. I was 23 during the Thessaloniki summit. I was so excited. I came from Rwanda to Albania because I wanted to change things here. And in some extent, you know, I'm happy. We've done a few things. But in 2003, one of the excitements that brought me here was the Thessaloniki summit. And the Thessaloniki summit said, within this decade, we're going to be in the European Union. Well, I'm not 23 anymore, as you know, and you could do the calculation. But it's been 20 years since. And I admire everybody's optimism. I'm a chief optimist myself. But we really need to make sure that this time it's for real. I had my deputy mayor, who had just become a minister, in an EU format yesterday. We were talking about the College of Europe and a few other things. They said, well, at least now we feel like the sailors who can at least see the land, see the promised land where the ship is anchoring. Well, you have to be careful. There's this phenomenon in sailing called Fata Morgana from King Arthur. Fata Morgana is the illusion that the land is much nearer than it actually is. So I really hope I am wrong this time, and I haven't become the next cynic in the region. But you know, what can you guys do? So I want to provoke also this conversation. Since you know, we were promised some recommendations and some food for thought. So here's my first provocation. After now the war in Gaza and the conflict of Israel, is Ukraine already number 2 in the agenda? And is Kosovo and Serbia number 3? Are we, you know, like the pyramid in the old days, are we sort of sliding in the priority agenda? How do we keep, you know, being in the pole position of public interest and policy interest? I think that requires some discussion. And I think in this year of polycrisis, it seems like the crises are competing with each other, which one takes the pole position rather than the solutions. You know that very famous joke, which is a famous Albanian joke. You know, there was this little rabbit on the forest. And the rabbit was very, very afraid, living the life of paranoia all the time. And, you know, the rabbit goes to the bar in the forest and everybody says, you have to talk to the owl. He works for the Open Society Institute. He's been an expert for you know, many years. I am sure the owl has a solution. So the little rabbit goes to the owl and says, look, I need a solution. I can't live my life with fear, running away from everything. And the owl says, look, my friend, I have a solution for you. You have to become a lion. Because if you become a lion, you're the top of the food chain. No one messes with a lion. So the rabbit is so excited. You know, he finally has a recipe for success. And he says, can I ask a follow-up question, since you are an expert and you're all smart people, you went to all the great schools, you've attended every seminar. The owl says, of course. What's the follow-up question? And the owl says, how exactly do I become a lion? And this is where the owl says, my friend, I'm in charge of strategic thinking, not project implementation. So I don't have the luxury to be in charge of strategic thinking. I have to do project implementation. But you are in charge. You are the owls. So I'm expecting that all the owls here, you know, give us some feedback, give us some food for thought, give us some concentrate of strategic thinking that we can then be project implementers of. Now, to conclude, I am concerned about the region. I'm optimistic about my city, about my country, but it's not enough. You know, one of the scoops will be the College of Europe, the other one will be a coding academy. So we're doing well here, but it's not enough, because neighbors matter. If you don't think neighbors matter, ask the Israelis, ask the Ukrainians. Neighbors matter. So I am happy and delighted and proud of the neighbors that we have. None of our neighbors wants to start a war, at least so I believe. So in that regard, neighbors matter. And then, you know, you live in a small apartment block, and if you have a jerk on the weekend trying to drill a hole in the wall, it completely upsets your day. So even in a small, you know, mundane setup, neighbors matter, let alone in geopolitics. So I am proud to call you neighbors and friends, and I'm very proud that you are here in Tirana. Please come back often and stay longer. Thank you very much.
Let's all thank the speakers with another round of applause. Our next destination is the Rodner Hotel, where we can continue the constructive dialogue within the civil society and think tank forum Tirana 2023. But before we do so, it's time for a family photo. We are taking the photo on the stairs in front of the main entrance. Thank you all. Tirana over and out.
Many thanks, Ms. Tare, many thanks, dear Ilva, for getting your phone on these particular days. Using artificial intelligence and intelligence is not easy, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address this forum. It is true that governments are, of course, responsible for implementing EU-related reforms on rule of law and democratic transformation and for advancing the agenda of economic development, but we believe that the role and engagement of civil society for economic growth, institutional reforms and convergence of the region with the European Union is crucially essential. And I can give you an example. The aim of infrastructure investment, one of the main topics of the Berlin process, since we are in this particular week of the whole Berlin engagement, is to connect people and economies to make a tangible contribution to the growth and the social cohesion in the region and with the EU, to create common living spaces, regional linkages and rapprochement between communities and people. And that is why civil society engagement is crucial. I'd like to stress how important it is at the current juncture to unlock progress on our European future. The EU integration of the Western Balkans has gained a new momentum. I think it is the moment to translate it into action. The only effective response to our common challenges is to strengthen our strategic cooperation in security matters, in foreign policy, in the areas of the rule of law and economic development. The geopolitical situation makes it imperative that we, as strategic partners, take our cooperation to the next level. And in our view, this means, first and foremost, a credible accession process, a process that is credible on both sides. Albania is doing its utmost to meet all the requirements that would pave the way for an accelerated EU integration perspective, despite the challenge of addressing the economic and social consequences of the triple shock of the 2019 earthquake, the pandemic of 2020, and of course the consequences of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. Albania is committed to the core values of the European Union, and these are things that probably you have heard it so many times, but you'll continue to hear it because it's not only an exercise for us, but it's an exercise for our minds and our future. And these core values include respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And our commitment to these values is firm not only in the domestic context, but also in the international and regional arena. In addition to pushing ahead with domestic reforms, we have strengthened our role as a reliable and constructive partner in the region, and we have given a crucial and proactive contribution to the security of the Western Balkans. We have tried to work hard to further engage and deepen our good neighborly relations while adopting a proactive approach to the regional cooperation. And by hosting this year's summit of the Berlin process, we will strengthen our contribution to regional cooperation. We need to see also on the EU side a tangible commitment to the credibility of our EU accession perspective. That's why we look forward to the opening of the negotiations on the fundamentals cluster in the second intergovernmental conference by the end of this year. This would send an important signal of the credibility of the EU perspective for the region. And secondly, in parallel with the process of accession negotiations and not replacing it, building resilience and supporting economic convergence of the countries of the region with the EU should define the new EU agenda of prioritizing our region and engaging with it. We aim to make this the main topic of the summit of the Berlin process on Monday. But we need to address in earnest the question how we get ready for EU accession. The finalization of the common regional market is a stepping stone to the internal market of the EU and towards completion of the EU accession process. The region has been given significant access to the EU single market through the stabilization and association agreements. Through CEFTA, we have made progress on regional trade integration, and these agreements were instrumental to enable the first level of economic alignment and a free trade area as a first step towards EU membership. Further economic alignment of the Western Balkans with the EU single market through further phasing in and accelerated integration to individual EU programs and policies as defined in the EU accession negotiations methodology, further implementation of the economic and investment plan of the European Commission for the Western Balkans, focusing on trade in goods, electronic commerce, and integration in sustainable value chains, are now of major essence. And we welcome the announcement of the new growth plan for the region, and we will try to unlock the potential of many initiatives. We have to face, at the same time, very seriously the reality of a slow economic convergence of our region with the European Union. In order to address this problem, market integration should be supported by ambitious infrastructure investment programs. The economic and investment plan is a good tool, but very much a project-based tool. It is built mostly on projects coming from the region, but we need to see the long-term strategic vision of the cohesion policy. So I think we need a brand new approach, and we also need an invigorated financial support. The present approach, with EPA limited budgetary allocations first and cohesion funds after reaching membership, cannot bring about the results we all aim at in terms of convergence. We're all well aware that cohesion policy also requires good governance, proper planning, skills that we, the Western Balkan countries, have to strengthen in order to make use of these resources. We're fully committed to progress in this respect by making the best use of the current instruments at our disposal and of the future growth plan for the Western Balkans. And most importantly, by delivering on rule of law reforms, as I stressed from the outset. I would like to thank you, the representatives of civil society, for your efforts in supporting the EU integration process. I believe that our close cooperation and your contribution and monitoring will help us meet our common objective of bringing Albania closer to EU membership. This is not the government's path. This is our path, be that on the government, be that on the civil society, be that as simple voters wherever our people are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Hassani. I'm going to just mention two takeaways from your keynote speech. Credible process, which I'm sure I'm going to discuss with my panelists in a few minutes, and we need a brand new approach on economic convergence. Before we start, let me introduce the panelists. I would like to welcome Michael Reifunštel, Director for the Western Balkans at the Federal Foreign Office, to join the panel. I would like to welcome Ms. Odeta, Western Balkans and EU Affairs. Thank you, Odeta. Melinda Bregus, Secretary General of RCC, Regional Cooperation Council.
Can you ask ChatGPT on that? So I'm sure AI knows things better than we do today. And maybe my answers are going to be the last one. I'm not going like to put a vote on the regional cooperation, but I would say, like we used to say to the students, that if you work hard, then you are going to have better results. So that, I think, goes, it's like the same with the regional cooperation. If the countries of the region and all of us working together trying to give them a hand, because at the very end it's not an RCC job, but it's the responsibility of the leaders of this region. If they have decided that they need really to work hard to deepen the economic integration of this region, which is not more today than 17.6 million people, then they are going to give a chance to, let's say, to a better future and to a more serious cooperation. And if I'm going back to the first and second question of yours, hopefully I will recall those perfectly. We all know, like, how the Balkans looks. It's that tapestry full of colors where conflicts are present, but as well as friendship is present. Good neighborhood relations are present as well, although we usually speak and we mark the most problematic ones. But the story of the common regional market, which was born 3 years ago, but before that was regional economic area, but still the common regional market born 3 years ago couldn't be like an accomplished task. If you think that even for the EU member states, the single market started 30 years ago, they still consider it an unfinished business or a work in progress. The common regional market is going to take a lot of time before becoming the most viable instrument of deepening the economic integration of the region. But still, I do think that that is a good instrument. It is a good instrument not only because it works in enhancing the cooperation among the countries, it is something that we really need seriously. The GDP of this region is hardly 140 billion euros, which is less than 1% of the EU GDP. And the GDP per capita of our countries is more than 36% less than the average of the EU. So just make a calculation. When Bulgaria joined EU, that time their GDP per capita was 40% average of the EU GDP per capita, and it was not enough. When Croatia joined the EU, the GDP per capita was 60% of the EU average of GDP per capita, and that was not enough. Could you imagine how much we will need to join the single market? So all this, considering the unemployment rate, considering that people are leaving our countries day by day, they are like voting on their feet somehow. This will definitely ask for more cooperation and a better development, that it is based and it is mostly in our hands. It is as well part of all that help that we do consider and we are always looking forward from the EU. But you know, the financial, let's say, support is never enough, and it's not enough for the pressing issues that the Western Balkans is facing. So I would consider it a good instrument. But on the other hand, it is an instrument that will be, if taken more seriously, it can produce and give some better and tangible results. Did I forget anything?
Not so far, no. I just didn't get it right. Is it a spillover effect, or it's merely a way to say, you know what, we're not ready for enlargement yet? Continue to your homework.
No, I wouldn't say it's like a spillover effect. We know that there is a spillover effect because of the realities we live into. But it's not that the only effect of the common regional market is the spillover effect. So just let me, even if that I have over-mentioned it all these times, but I still have to to say it again. Only two exercises or two showcase stories from the common regional market or the regional cooperation. One is part of the digital agenda, the reduction of roaming charges. It started with a lot of efforts to lift the barriers and speak freely without any additional costs in the Western Balkans. At that time when this promise was made and that declaration was signed in Belgrade during the digital summit, we were promised that the day that you will speak freely, roam like at home among each other, then that will be the first day that you'll start negotiations to reduce the roaming charges with the EU. So once we managed to speak freely among ourselves, we started to negotiate with the EU to speak freely with them. And the reduction of the roaming charges that entered into force EU Western Balkans on this 1st of October, and I'm still waiting for all the reports from the civil society and all their like criticism, but even support, to see how this story will really affect the people's life. From that day, we can say that this is like a good exercise that convinces people that whenever there is a good result at home among ourselves, that good result can have a spillover effect in the EU policies or to the EU single market, if you are asking on the positive effect of the spillover. The second one is the green lanes, for example. The green lanes started as out of the necessity during COVID time in the Western Balkans. But once we managed to keep our borders open during COVID, and that was really a hard thing, it was not that easy. So a lot of friends here in this room, and I see a lot of people here who've been that time in contact with us, they knew how hard and difficult it was to keep a border open, especially in between the countries that have a conflict among them. But we managed so, and once that worked out, then we extended, and it's not RCC, it's TCT working mostly on that transport community, then we extended it to keep the borders open between EU and Western Balkans. So the same thing is going to work with all the agendas in case we'll be able to produce some more results as part of our regional cooperation. On the enlargement is a very long story, and I think it's going to take the time of all this panel, so most probably Michela is going to tell you more about that. But I'm sure that the further steps of enlargement are going to pass through the gradual integration of our countries into the EU single market.
Since you have become a politician, in your other previous life, you didn't give me an exact note from 1 to 10, but I think it's a passing note, yeah? So you're free to go if you want.
Yeah, in the Western countries it's like, yeah, pass or fail, so maybe it's
somewhere close there. Thank you very much, Ms. Bregu. I want to ask Michael Reifenstuhl now about Germany's perspective as the driver of this Berlin process. How can the EU's new financial instruments be used to promote economic prosperity, democratic transformation, and the perspective of the EU membership for the Western Balkans? And how can the Berlin process contribute to this? Thank you.
Many thanks. First remark is really the congratulations from the federal government to Albania. You are the first country that now, since the process was started in 2014, who really took the ownership of the process in the region. And this was for us a really important signal, because all the other meetings, also the summits and so on, it was always around the region. And I think that this is the first issue that is really important to us, that for the Berlin process, also the 6 Western Balkan countries, that they're really taking ownership. And so congratulations, we know that this is a quite challenging process, interior, foreign ministers meeting, parliamentary meetings, civil society, green agenda and so on, and then the summit finally on the 16th. So we know this is challenging, but I think this was a really important signal from Albania that they were willing to take it up. So on the Berlin process, what Odella said, affecting people's life, I really did like this sentence, because the Berlin process has a couple of ideas. One is, as you know, is strengthening regional, intra-regional cooperation. The second one is getting the Western Balkan countries closer to the European Union. And the third one is improving neighborhood relations between the countries. And what we really look also very specifically into the issue is how, with the Berlin process, actually we can make a change for people's life here. Because I think sometimes it's always the challenge, all this kind of politics, it seems very, very abstract, and people are asking, on our way towards the European Union, what is really getting better in our day-to-day life. And there, I think you mentioned a couple of issues. where we achieve progress. For example, the traveling without visa, with ID cards, the free mobility agreements on recognition of job descriptions and so on. So these are issues where really people, I think, can see a progress. You mentioned also the roaming, the reduction of the roaming. And then in the end, what you mentioned should be it should be free. So this is one strand of work where we know it's sometimes tiresome, it's sometimes frustrating, but if you would ask me whether the glass is half full or half empty, this is always a question of definition. But I think in these 9 years where we now have the Berlin process, at least we could achieve, also with the common regional market, with CEFTA, we could reach a couple of things that really also help getting the Western Balkan countries closer to the European Union. Your question, or let me add one element that is really important. We have here actually a meeting of civil society, and it was mentioned by you, Minister. I think if we are speaking of a process like getting towards the European Union, this is not only the task of politicians, but it really needs a consolidated effort of politics, of parliamentarians, of the executives. It needs also the support of civil society, also youth. This is why we do have right to the youth format, because I really think it must be together with business, especially the last three elements. They really have also to push governments, they have to be a driver, they have to demand really to get process. So I think in this regard, especially the Civil Society Forum, what I think we do have now for a couple of years, is it difficult to understand better? Yeah. So it's really important that we also do have these elements like the Civil Society Forum. On your issue of the enlargement, I give the first shot to Michaela, because she's much closer to this. And then I'm happy to comment on it.
Thank you. Before we go to Michaela, Ms. Barbalushi, are new and more flexible financial instruments needed for the Western Balkans from the EU?
Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me here today. I'm really impressed by the turnout, and I'm really happy to see so many friendly faces. And I think this is a demonstration of what is closest to the idea of a regional public sphere ever. So I'm very glad that we have this forum organically integrated in the activities, in the agenda of Berlin process chairmanship, of the Albanian chairmanship, and indeed of Berlin process more broadly. But I think we have had some very good recommendations, very good reports already by civil society organizations, which we will be integrating in the discussions of the leaders, and I think that's a benefit of such a forum. Well, let me start where actually General Secretary of RCC ended it, that the single market is not a complete project yet, is not finished, so we cannot really claim that common regional market finishes or is complete. I would go a step further. I would say this is something which I think in this room we all agree, that the project of EU integration is not over yet, and is not over and is not finished. The European project is not finished without the Western Balkans. And I'm not saying something new here. It's something we have said time and again since Thessaloniki summit. But in this particular moment, particularly in the heels of the war in Ukraine, this has become, there is a new awareness that in fact, indeed, the Western Balkans must be brought closer to the European Union. And hence, in that context, we have seen some new ideas. We have seen the announcement of the growth plan by the President of the European Commission with the 4 pillars, including what you referred to in your question as enhanced financial instruments for the Western Balkans, but wedded to other 3 elements which are as important: deepening regional cooperation, deepening reform or accelerating reform or implementation of reforms which are part of EU accession path, and also a more or closer political cooperation and relationship with the Western Balkans, which would mean participation of the Western Balkans in or interaction with European and EU fora. And these all 4 elements should be taken as a whole. We as a region, I can speak from a national perspective, but also from a regional perspective, having worked on the region since 2014, we take them all as one package. Now, you mentioned specifically the financial instruments, and indeed, it has been one of the 3 pillars of Berlin process since its very launch in 2014, that this process would help the region be more integrated in the EU, be more integrated also in policy areas and sectoral areas of the single market, namely the improvement of economic convergence. Now, what we have seen 9 years after the beginning of the process is that, in fact, this particular pillar has been underdeveloped for a variety of reasons. EU financial instruments being, of course, one of them. And what we have seen, particularly with the connectivity package, with connectivity map, or the plan, if the term is correct, since 2016, is that, in fact, this is one of the priorities for the region. It has a strategic importance for the EU as well. But the funding is very limited, doesn't reflect the need of this region. So if we are thinking, even in more concrete physical terms, how to bring the region closer, even though geographically it is at the heart of the EU, but how to connect it better in terms of transport, in terms of digitalization, in terms of energy, which has become even a more vital question after the beginning of the war in Ukraine. These questions, these policy areas require more funding. And that has triggered, I think, a very fruitful and very important debate and discussion, particularly in this part of the room, which is among civil society and the experts community. How to enhance EPA funding, but also how to tailor the funding for the EU after cohesion funds. And that's a debate.
Sorry to interrupt. In order to have those positive impacts and positive cases that we mentioned at the beginning of this conversation. If you can conclude, and then I'll go to Michele.
In order, we need more financial funding, that's for sure.
In order to go there.
That's for sure, but also to, what we say, to bridge this gap, development of socioeconomic gap between the EU and the Western Balkans. Some numbers were already quoted here, but what we have heard in the past year, particularly with the war in Ukraine, the extension of the status of candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, and this new debate also in the context of the growth plan, what we hear from the part of the EU is, but enlargement would cost a lot. And this is something I would actually like to start debunking, and I think this part of the room has made a very important contribution in debunking this myth. Because if we look at research, if we look at numbers and expertise, if all countries were to become members now, all countries of the Western Balkans, not of Eastern Partnership, the 6 would be members now, the rise or the burden on the national, the GNP of member states would not vary more from 0.014 to 0.027%. That's a research expertise that comes from the expertise community. So the economic argument of it, I don't think it's the one that we should be involved in as a region. The most, I think, important debate here is how to align with the acquis, how to complete our reforms in those strategic areas of the single market, in those policy areas where phasing in is very important to make what you just said, that leap, or to really see difference in the region. And some of the areas were already mentioned here, like infrastructure, energy, digitalization, innovation, research, and one area which I think we are thinking more and more increasingly these days, for obvious reasons, is security. In this country, when we were first to sign the Frontex agreements with the EU, because I'm thinking of security in a broader sense, incorporating all levels and dimensions of it, there was a lot of debate. Why do we need a bilateral agreement with the EU on Frontex? And then all other countries in the Balkans now have agreements of Frontex agreement with the EU, and at the Ministerial of Interior, we signed the second phase, or the renewed agreements. This logic, bilaterally, or all of us, all 6 as a region, that can sign agreements, can become part of mechanisms and institution forums and policy instruments in the security area is vital, is not something to be debated at this point. So I think this is very important. The second, I think, is a time frame. Some dates were announced some weeks ago by the President of EU Council. from our end, or this from our national perspective, we have always seen the process of EU accession as a transformative process. It is important to sit at the table. It's important to start this socialization process with EU institutions and this process of adopting the EU acquis. But at the same time, it's important for us as a region to have a time frame. When we speak about common regional market, or when we speak about phasing in, we need to have plans jointly prepared, jointly devised as a region, not individually. And I think this moment requires that.
Thank you, Odeta. I want to remain and discuss the financial instruments. As we are saying, they are crucial instruments. I know that President von der Leyen is coming tomorrow to Tirana, and I hope we will hear more about this growth plan for the Western Balkans, more details and funds available to be given to the Western Balkans. But I want to ask Michela Matuela on exactly this need that the EU aid that can come from the European country assistance program for the Western Balkans to create the tangible positive effects that we are discussing in this panel today. We know we have data now, like Croatia's GDP had a 75% increase once became an EU member. Michela, what you can share with us? There was someone trying to interrupt us.
I cannot hear you any longer.
I think you're fine now. We hear you perfectly. We can continue. There was a little interference, but now we're fine. Can you hear? Okay, perfectly. You can continue. Apologies.
Is there again a problem, sorry?
One who doesn't have our permission. There is another avatar among us. We have a technical problem. Can we make sure that voice is not heard? Okay, Michela.
from creating a single economic space in the region. Let's face it, the economies of the individual Western Balkan partners are very small. So there has to be a focus on creating synergies at the regional level to make the region also more attractive from the point of view of the investments. But then also, there is no point in focusing on access to the EU single market if we haven't created this stronger economic potential of the region. And therefore, the idea with the access to the EU single market is to start from those areas that build on the common regional market. So let's first work at the regional level and let's give access to these same areas into the EU single market. And of course, the preparation for accessing the EU single market requires a lot of work from the region. Accessing the EU single market, it will not create an advantage unless the countries are ready to sustain the pressure that comes, of course, from the EU single market. So great potential, but there is need to be ready for it. So that's why all these 4 dimensions need to really be put forward and pursued together, because the 4 together would really give a great, let's say, a new set of opportunities to unlock the economic potential of the region.
Thank you, Michela. I think we will talk again about this, and this is exactly the point that the Western Balkan countries are making. Can they have this democratic transformation without enough financial help to do that? And I'm taking advantage of having Milka from Montenegro and Donika later from Pristina. Should the Western Balkan countries debate this link between economic prosperity and democratic transformation, Milka, given the debate that is around this topic?
Much to having me here. It's my great pleasure to be with all of you and to discuss this important matter. I think we all should think when, after so many years of the process, region is now. Unfortunately, we have deep problems, we have structural problems, we have problems with corruption and organized crime, we have a problem with rule of law. We have actually never ended this transition from autocracy to democracy, and this is the major problem of the region. And what should be actually the role of EU in this transition? That is for me the key issue. And what should be the role of us? I think for years EU invested many years in sometimes wrong figures who mislead the countries in the wrong direction. Not just EU, but the West, for example, supported Mr. Vučić for years. They supported as well other corrupted leaders in the region, for example, Mr. Đukanović. And we in Montenegro are now most advanced in this region, they said, but where Montenegro is right now, we are right now without government. We have long negotiations about the new government, and we do not know who will be actually in the government and how this government will be and what will be the main goals of this government. We have no functional parliament as well. We have just new MPs in the seats, but we do not have a president, and we do not know when we will have. And what that means that we cannot get new laws. We are completely stuck. We have no head of the Supreme Court. The former head of the Supreme Court is charged for the links with the mafia and with the drug clans. How we are going to deal with many other problems if we do not have all these institutions we have? So I think what we really need from the EU is a strong presence on the ground. We need experts from EU to be on the ground. Sometimes I think that we cannot by ourselves implement all what we need, we really need strong presence of the EU. And I believe that EU should actually invest in the experts to help us to start with the real progress and the implementation of these reforms.
Thank you. Milka. Donika, from your point of view about this debate of the financial help on the economic reforms and the democratization reforms of the Western Balkans, where do you stand in this debate?
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me, because my internet connection is as unstable as the Balkans is right now, unfortunately. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily link, I mean, financial incentives are, yes, important for democratic transformation of the region. This is something that we can all agree on, but it's not that simple. I mean, first of all, it's like whether there is a will for enlargement on the EU side and the will from the Western Balkans to actually implement the reforms that are needed for the EU integration. I mean, we all agree that there is no enlargement impetus as the one we have seen in 2003 in Thessaloniki. There is not an expansionist like enlargement in forms of waves anymore. There is subject to contingency, and this is obviously very much impacted by external factors. There is not much of a guidance from the EU, obviously. I mean, we pretend that there is this methodology, there is this toolbox, but honestly, this toolbox is from 2003, which now is being sharpened. There is this new methodology, there is this proposal for staged accession. It looks like, you know, we are basically building the plane while we are flying. Meaning that we are in the process of, you know, figuring out the process while we are still in the middle of it. Financial incentives are important, but in the case of the Western Balkans, since 2003, the enlargement toolbox wasn't sharpened enough to fit the reality on the ground, meaning that, you know, basically we dealt with a region that was having problems with weak institutions, lack of democratic culture, weak systems, which weren't able to actually deliver what the EU was asking for. And in addition to that, what we deal with today as well is that in previous enlargements, we had systems that actually wanted to join the EU. So it was just a matter of technicalities and guidance. In the case of the Western Balkans, unfortunately, we are dealing with systems that are not really willing to. And, you know, there is the elephant in the room, obviously Serbia, but there are also other countries which basically on paper show to some extent this will for enlargement, but they are not really showing the political will to actually do the reforms. And that's why we are now dealing with an enlargement process, which is basically unpredictable, subject to contingencies. And it feels like this impetus that we are looking for now, it is ad hoc, which is driven by security challenges, mainly of what is happening in Ukraine. And now there is this Israel-Palestine war, which totally will securitize everything. And there is this fear, not only for the security aspects, but also the potential refugee crisis, which we had in the past. So if you look at how the future is going to look like, unfortunately, I don't think that necessarily this financial incentives, you know, would solve the issue, but rather a multi-vector process, which, you know, requires the EU to really be genuinely committed to it. The Western Balkans really show this political will, which we haven't seen in the past decade, at least. And then obviously this political commitment. Ilva, when we are talking today about this, you know, financial incentives and the issue and then the reality on the ground, I mean, in the Balkans, at least in the past year, no one has talked about reforms. Everybody is talking about, you know, how do we prevent conflicts? I mean, there is this Kosovo-Serbia issue. There is this, what is happening in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And there are people from Montenegro, which, you know, basically can also show the internal, you know, security issues and instability. So we are not talking about a region that now is talking about reforms. We are talking about a region that is trying to prevent going back to the narratives of the 90s. And this is a mistake that the EU has made by being happy remain as we are, but that every time something happens, there is going to be regress and the situation is going to worsen. And this is what we're dealing with today. Today, I'm happy you're all convening in Tirana, because Albania is probably one of the countries in the Western Balkans that does not have bilateral issues. It's in the process of, paving the way for accession negotiations. I think it can be one of the cases in which we show how commitment, without bilateral issues can lead to potential reforms and EU integration.
Thank you, Donika, for your sober remarks. And I know I'm trying to be less Albanian today in this panel and more American, my new adopted country, and quoting Lincoln saying that I choose to be an optimist because I don't have any other way how to be anything else. So let's try to be a little bit more optimistic. And since we have our title of this forum is Unlocking the Progress and the European Future for the Western Balkans. How, Mihail, how will we make the Western Balkans more European? Waiting for the democratization reforms to happen first, knowing that democracy is a work in progress, as we know very well, even from some members of the European Union? Or will we help them inject economic, financial instruments to work together at the same time? What's your take on that?
Many thanks. I'm really grateful to Donika, but also Milka, because you mentioned, I think that we have more dimensions than only the financial support from the European Union for the... I guess I should shave my beard, then it might be easier. So I'm really grateful that also the focus was directed that it is not only an issue of financial support by the European Union. So let me first make clear, also from the German government, we really fully share the sentence that was said, without the Western Balkan 6, the European integration is not complete. Yes, so we are fully convinced the Western Balkan 6, they should be part of the European Union, and we want to have them in. So if we are speaking about the element of a time frame, maybe I'm sometimes, or we Germans, we are sometimes a spoiler. So we are fully for acceleration of the process, and there we are fully in line also with our colleagues of the European Union. But you also know, from our point of view, we have to do two things. First of all is in EU internally, we have to do our homework. This is also with regard to questions like qualified majority voting, etc., so that the European Union extended really also is functioning. And secondly, Germany is famous. We are always speaking from the merit-based approach. So we think it is in the interest of the countries, but also in the interest of the European Union, that also the countries are doing their homework. And this is something that has to be done. And so I'm grateful that it was mentioned. We do have at the moment in the region, it was mentioned, Kosovo, Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina. We have instability. I think also there's not sufficient talk really on the reform agenda. We are seeing a European dimension with the Russian war in the Ukraine, where we clearly see that we have a need of accelerated integration of the Western Balkans, also in the European Union. But what I would like to stress from the German side, the countries, the leaders, the business community, but also the civil society, that they have to contribute their part. I can't speak about EU finances and what the European Union is contributing, but if I look from the German side, I mean, if it comes to legal experts, if it comes to expertise in the economic field, if it comes to parliamentary expertise, we are really doing a lot in the Western Balkan countries, by our political foundations, by others. But to a certain degree, sorry for being a spoiler, it's also up to the leaders of the region, to the people who vote them, and also to contribute their part. But making clear from our point of view, we want to have the Western Balkan countries in the European Union as speedily as possible. It's in our interest.
Michela, I want to continue where we kind of left our conversation. Yes, the EU is committed to help the region, but on the other hand, the Western Balkans elites and political leadership should do their homeworks and they have to commit to the reforms. What would the EU expect the Western Balkans leadership at this moment? What would you want them to do? And you mentioned the Western Balkans 6, Mihail. I'm afraid that train has left now. It's going to be Western Balkans, every country on a separate way. As Milka mentioned, Montenegro was a front runner. Now it's far from that, and we have other countries that are being stuck. Donika mentioned security dimensions in Kosovo and Serbia relations.
Not jointly, but we want to have in the end all 6
Yes,
Western Balkan
yeah.
countries in the European Union.
Thank you. Well, yeah, Michaela?
Well, I think it's very clear that we have a new momentum. And whether this has been generated by a geopolitical consideration, I think that the bottom line here is that there is an opportunity that needs to be seized. I think it's really for, you know, what Minister Hassani said at the beginning, that the process has to be credible on both sides. I would like to reinforce that message. I think we have a real opportunity here. I think that on the EU side, we are definitely ready, as Mika just said, we are very ready for accelerating the process. We want the accession of the Western Balkans, but we cannot do it without having the countries to deliver on what are the requirements. So now your question is, what do we want from the countries? I think that there are, if you want, 2 different levels of response that is necessary. One is that if the countries are serious about acceding, there has to be clearly a political choice to be made. There are different, let's say, challenges in the different countries. I will not go into the specifics, but if it is a clear political choice, the political leadership has to give the clear orientation. Then there is all the technical work that needs to be done. And on that, frankly, the toolbox is not the one of 2003. The toolbox has developed gigantically. I have been around, let's say, the enlargement process, in fact, since 2003. The evolution is, I can absolutely testimony that has evolved drastically, building on the lessons learned and adjusted to the specific requirements also of the Western Balkans to be able to align to the different requirements of the Copenhagen criteria, the political criteria, the economic criteria, and the acquis. And the way we are accompanied this process is much more, if you want, thorough, much more, goes much deeper than what was done at the time, in recognition of the fact that also the needs are different. And it's basically the involvement of the Commission service, the involvement of the technical support that we provide through experts from member states, from different type of technical support, in addition to the financial instruments. Because the financial instrument, I think we all said it, is important, but it is not the only instrument. It can be an important element of leverage, but there is much more, of course, that needs to be put in place to get to the result. Now, in terms of the requirements, I think there is a very strong focus on the fundamentals. And let me be absolutely clear here. Fundamentals does not mean only rule of law, anti-corruption, fundamental rights. It means also having identified this element of the economic criteria, and there is an obvious interconnection between rule of law, anti-corruption, and economic development, but the economic criteria have been put back into the sort of core of the fundamentals. But all the aspects of the fundamentals also going into public procurement, into basically a proper functioning of the public services also that have to be at the service of the citizen. And here I would like also to conclude, reinforce the point that Michela just made, the role of civil society, and this is not paying lip service to it. The civil society play a fundamental role, both in terms of following and influencing and pushing the authorities on the expectations of the citizens in terms of the leadership to deliver, because the accession process is a whole country process. It involves everybody, and it has a gigantic impact on citizens, because the transformation of the country means that there will be important reforms and sometimes also painful reforms that are necessary to become a performing member state. And this has to be explained to people, but also people can contribute to make them more relevant, more fit for purpose for the needs of the citizen. And this dialogue is something that, of course, we can support, but of course it's for you to push as well.
Michela, thank you very much. We hear you clearly. I want now to ask Odeta, actually. When I asked the question, I didn't, yes, the political dimension, but also the elites, including the civil society. Are they sending the right messages that the Western Balkans is committed and will perform on the reforms that the European Union requires from the region? And you can talk more on Albania case. Is it sending the right messages on this regard?
Okay, I'll start by stating the obvious. I think that this is a process which involves both sides, the EU and the Western Balkans. Because what I hear in platforms like this is often like what the Western Balkans should do, what the EU should do, and this is a joint effort. And I think that's very important to emphasize. And yes, it's very important to emphasize that it is a matter of political will on both sides and political vision. And for that reason, I reiterated that when we look at the announced growth plan, we actually, like Michela was also presenting, outlining the 4 pillars of this plan. For us, it's important that all 4 elements are taken as jointly, including the reforms, including the need, of course, to comply with the EU legislation, with the acquis, particularly in those areas which are identified as sort of having the more ripple effect or transformative effect for the region, and are to a large extent included in the common regional market. So in that regard, yes, we need political will from both sides. And the criticism from this side of Europe comes that we haven't seen that much of political will in the past, I would say, well, decade from the EU, but now we see a shift, we see a positive discussion, we see what we can say positive development that was demonstrated with this announcement, with these new elements I mentioned, and Michela went into more depth with. Now, the messages we are sending as a region, I think it's important, what also Donika said with regard to the security component. We are, in the past few years, we have been trying to mitigate effects of course, of an unfinished process of normalization between Serbia and Kosovo, of trying to prevent any scenario of worsening situation. And also we have seen in the context, a sort of more micro context of regional cooperation in our joint efforts with the Commission, with RCC and all other actors, including Germany and member states, that at times regional cooperation is indeed, or most often is blocked because of unresolved issues between countries or governance issues in the countries. So I think, yes, and I'll say this with, of course, from a national but also regional perspective, we also need to show credibility.
The door, so you can continue.
We need to show credibility when it comes to regional commitments. Here the agreements on mobility were mentioned, the ones that were signed last year at the Berlin summit. It's very important that all 6 ratify these agreements, so the citizens can really have the benefits of these agreements. And I would go on and on endlessly for the other regional commitments we have taken. So that's very important. And from the Albanian perspective, that's a message we are also conveying at the Leaders' Summit on Monday, that we need to take these commitments seriously, and we need to also work jointly, not only in implementation, but also devising these new areas and instruments which, we are calling on the EU to integrate us more into. The other message, I think, which is very important, is that we also need to work very closely with the EU member states in the framework of Berlin process, of course, but also in this, on our EU path. When it comes to a number of commitments, of regional commitments, like here, Mylinda mentioned green lanes or blue lanes, these are initiatives which link us to the EU member states. And there is an economic and political dimension of these initiatives. And we call upon EU member states to work closely with us and to continue to play that role of supporters in our EU reform agenda with regard, let's say, to the judiciary, with regard to rule of law, and so on. These countries, and we also overlap with the participants of Berlin process, all the countries that are the ones most invested in the transformation of this region. The other, I think, message which is very important, and we are conveying, is that yes, we'll carry on with the reforms, we'll carry on with our homework. We got the screening reports for the first cluster, we are working towards the screening of the other clusters. But what we also need to see is that A, we are more supported with, here it was mentioned, expertise, human capital, instruments, and we need to see a positive approach on the other side, on the side of the EU. A last one is security. Of course, when it comes to the Western Balkans, this is an area which we have, in fact, underlined this time and again. The EU cannot regard it as a sort of an afterthought, as a region which is in the periphery. It really needs to work with the region, as we have worked and as we have shown willingness to work with the EU in facing common or joint security challenges. So these are some of the main sort of strategic messages we are sending. Yeah. If I may just add 2 seconds, at the technical level, or more, let's say, tactical level, when we discuss about different instruments, mechanism we can join and so on, I think this is also an important policy discussion that we have started in the region. And by having this discussion at the Leaders' Summit on Monday, we can also show that we are willing to take more ownership on what is happening in the region and to have more proactive role, not just waiting from the EU of how they are going to step in and help us.
Thank you, Odeta. Donika, what's your take, what's your perspective on the Western Balkans leadership preparing their societies and their countries for the deep and painful reforms they should implement?
With calling it painful reforms because they are aiming to bring something good. So, I mean, we shouldn't even portray them as painful. Painful for whom? Like for corrupt leaders? Well, I mean, we shouldn't care about their pain in the process. Painful in terms of effort in actually making it happen, yes, but this is, this is something else. This is more, effort, struggle, dedication to growing up while trying to become the best of ourselves. The problem that I have with governments in the region is that they are preparing their societies for something completely different. They're not even, preparing, working to prepare and create this narrative that is pro-EU. And this is something that civil society has been doing for so long, but, being in a process that it hasn't delivered in a while, it is very difficult to actually now be the advocate of a process which we at this point can't even understand. So the other problem that I have with the EU is that they pretend that they know what they want from us, which, yes, on paper, yes, there is a framework, a process, a ticking box technicality, but in reality, how is it possible to actually implement all that while supporting autocratic leaders on the ground? So it feels like the EU sort of acts like a bipolar, kind of person who preaches something else, but completely acts differently. I mean, yes, there is a problem from the Balkan countries, and I'm really happy that now we have Ukraine and Moldova joining on board, because they seem to be much more, fresh and dedicated, and really trying to show that they have this will to deliver on reforms amid crisis, war, and everything that they are facing on the ground. But, I think that we should go back to what the EU wants, how the EU sees enlargement, what is going on with enlargement process internally, because, obviously we hear this deepening, widening debates, and on the other hand, the periphery and the core. Now there is, kind of this, French idea. So whether we will remain like forever in this core of the EU, but periphery and not the core. And, this is something that we need to answer from the EU. And then, this political will from the EU to actually enlarge towards the region, and of course, simultaneously really request the same things from the political elites in the Balkans. It works only if it's done at the same time, and Odeta is right. So we really have to work together and figure out the process. Otherwise, it's not gonna function. Going back to security, we always praise how this, Western Balkans EU security cooperation is good, but that's, just because the EU is effective only in cases when they really need Western Balkan on board. Frontex, there are, bilateral agreements on many, security challenges, that when the EU actually needs our contribution, but it should work on every other level. Otherwise, it's not gonna be effective.
Donika, I want your perspective. The messages sent from the region.
Opinion, the main problem of the region actually is a political elite. I don't think that we have a political elite with a strong will to really implement the reforms and change the society. When we are talking about progress, we should maybe ask us, where have we been 10 years ago and where we are now, what we achieved. When we are talking about the enlargement process in the Balkans, what is actually the key issue here? Are we going to be a part of EU, or we are going back to the 90s, as a colleague from Pristina said? So we have so many unsolved issues in this region. For example, what will be with Bosnia and Herzegovina? Nobody knows what will be with it. This is definitely not a functional country, and what we did in these 30 years since Dayton to make this country functional. For Europe, it is not just the issue how to support, but who you are supporting. What kind of, what political elite you are supporting. What political leaders you are supporting.
Challenge you there?
Yes.
From the Brussels perspective, the EU, we're supporting the leaders that the countries vote.
Sorry?
They would say, Mihail is nodding while I say this, they would say that we're supporting the countries that, the leaders that their respective countries are voting.
That's true, and I mean, it is the fact, but I think that Europe should think not just about the carrots, but about the sticks as well. What will they do to Vučić after this event on the border with Kosovo? What kind of sanctions we will have, or are we going to have any sanctions? And I don't think that, I mean, compare us, these 6 Balkan countries, what they did in this process for more than, I don't know, almost 2 decades, and how quick was the first enlargement. So something is deeply wrong on the foundation, and not just in the region, but in the Brussels as well. So I think we all should really learn some lessons and really think how to continue with this process and how to prevent these countries to go back in the 90s. So for me, this is the key issue.
Sure. Thank you, Michael.
May I just come in at this sentence? I wouldn't say necessarily we support them, but I mean we have to work with them. So we have to work with the leaders that are elected. But if you speak about different countries and also how we position ourselves, I only can say, for example, after the terrible incident on the 24th of September in Banska, I mean, we have made very, very clear, for example, also to President Vučić, that we do expect clearly that they contribute to a full and clear investigation, that we really know what kind of people were involved, that they will be brought to justice. We are also trying, and that's also with the European Union level, if you look to the normalization dialogue and de-escalation dialogue, that the High Representative Borrell and the Special Envoy Lajčák is doing so. We are engaged. We have EULEX in Kosovo. So I think partly it's too easy if you look to Bosnia. I mean, we do have now from the international community for a long time the Office of the High Representative. So I think from the international community we are trying our best. But this alone, if we don't have the support from the local leaderships, and then it is simply a very, very difficult process.
Thank you, Michael. Mikela, we have the last 15 minutes of this panel that I want to ask you, if you had a wish list from this conference, the CSF conference, what would you expect the civil society to do, and what's their role, in your view, in advancing the European Western Balkans?
Thank you. Well, I would say different levels of engagement, in the sense that, first of all, let me also agree on the fact that, and also let me also be very specific, we do not support leaders, we support the countries, right? And let me also be very clear that, you know, our process is not a bureaucratic process. You know, it's not just a matter of having a list of requirements on paper. Is a matter of engaging also on reforms implementation. Let me just take one example of all. The big reform of the judiciary in Albania, and the role that we had in the vetting process as well, with a role that has been put in the constitution of the country. I mean, this is not a bureaucratic process. This means really working closely with the countries and all the institutions of the country to get the reforms done and to basically accelerate the preparation. So this is just a little comment and reaction to what I said before. Now, coming back to your question, different level, I would say, of engagement. When I look at the enlargement process and the accession process, one of the messages that we pass to both the authorities and civil society is that civil society plays an important role throughout the accession process. This means contributed into the formation of the positions, let's say, of the country into the negotiations, but it means also helping in explaining the reforms that are necessary. When I refer earlier to painful reforms, I was not referring certainly to the pain of reforming judiciary and rule of law and etc. What I was referring to is the transformation that is necessary to the socio-economic structures of the countries. And this means that, you know, very often when you look at the competition rules and, you know, these kind of issues, it means that, you know, the socio-economic structure needs to go through reforms. It means that, you know, the business sector reforming means that for instance, the role of public enterprises has to be reviewed. And that means that this has, of course, implications and people will be affected and there is need to adjust to that. That's what I had in mind. And civil society can play a role in that. And then the overall, let's say, if you want, internal dynamics in terms of what we had just discussed, civil society in an organized way that can also, you know, let's say, stimulate the important debates that are necessary with the political leadership of the country. So it's both, let's say, on the enlargement process and the requirements, but also to generate the internal discussion and internal pressure that is necessary for the leaders to do what you, as country citizens, want from your leaders. As Michael said, of course, we work with the leaders that are elected. But it's for the citizens of the country to choose the leaders that they want. And there, civil society obviously can play an important role.
Thank you, Michaela. Thank you. Odeda, can I have your perspective on what can civil society do on a more creative and fresh approach towards pushing the EU to support the Western Balkans? What can they do? What would be your wish list?
Oh, this is the most difficult question of the three, in fact, because I think we were speaking, some of us, about previous lives. I also have a previous life, and I'm part of this community. I think they have been doing their job, in a way, in the past, since the beginning of the Berlin process. I think they have been quite active with policy suggestions, with policy initiatives. In fact, I would say, very objectively, that in some of the policy area or initiatives we are discussing and will be discussing on Monday among leaders, we are also building on some of the ideas of the civil society, and I think that is a very big contribution. I think the second contribution, and I can see this demonstrated physically in this room, is to forge relations between all 6 countries, to create what I referred previously as a public sphere, with all the sort of idealistic sort of ringtones of the term in Habermasian terms, but that sort of public sphere, which in fact where debate is unhindered and not influenced as much as it can be by other actors. The third, I think, is to extend this public sphere to European public sphere. In that connection, I would say we are very happy that we'll have the inauguration of College of Europe, the branch of College of Europe in Tirana on Monday, because in fact that is an instrument and a forum of public sphere in itself. Universities are, in this region, they are a fora, and everywhere they are a fora of public sphere. And I think forging these linkages between what civil society is doing, from those more on the activist sort of side of the spectrum to the most experts side of the spectrum, and what the university is doing is very important. And we need to create a pan-European public sphere in that sense. So I think it's very important that we have College of Europe here. It's very important that we'll have students from the entire region, we'll have researchers and professors from the entire region. And that is indeed a contribution and a step towards creating the next Western Balkans cadre of EU experts and EU bureaucrats. But I think it's as important to have as many European researchers, professors, and students from Europe in this part of Europe, in Tirana.
Donika, I want to ask you about the role, the contribution that the civil society can give to inspire the societies in the Western Balkans. What can they do? Do we have Donika? If not, we can continue with Milka.
Before I answer to that question, I need something to say. A friend of mine who is very much in this energy sector told me that I must send one message that really region need access to the carbon loans. It's very, very important, especially with this energy situation now. But now back to the civil society. The most important for us, I think, is to strengthen the civil society and to strengthen our pressure to the decision makers. This is crucial, I think, especially in some fields, especially in the field of rule of law, combating corruption and organized crime, and in all other reforms which are crucial for the region. That's why I think this kind of cooperation and the regional cooperation among the civil society is really crucial for us.
Your final thoughts on the civil society role, what would you expect them to do from the Western Balkans?
Well, we expect you to challenge your own leaders. We expect that you challenge us. Yeah, and we also expect that you give your input, your creativity, your ideas, what we can do. We simply need your input. This is something what is really very important, and you can give impetus to processes that normally, if I may use this word, from bureaucrats or civil servants will not necessarily come. So that's why we do have this kind of civil society forum now for 8 years, because we really want to have this interaction with you. We also want to be challenged. Yeah, this is something what we really welcome. Let me just make one last remark, because you mentioned energy. I personally think this is one of the really serious challenges for the whole of the Western Balkan countries, especially now where you face challenges with regard to decarbonization, climate change, etc. I mean, we will start also with this year a regional climate partnership with 1.5 billion on loans, because we really think this is one of the areas that will be also for the future of the Western Balkans really decisive.
Thank you very much, all the participants in this panel. We're towards the end now. I have only one question that I really don't know who to ask about it. Who's going to unlock progress? EU or Western Balkans, or both, or joint? Let's think more about this on the other panels. But I believe this is time to start running now. And to do that, you need both dieting and be in shape. So from what I got from this conversation is that we have to continue push each other. EU push the Western Balkans, and the Western Balkans should push themselves to get ready with their reforms that are needed in order to join the values of the European Union. Thank you very much for your participation, and I want to invite you to follow all the other panels that are as interesting as this one. Thank you.
We are living in a comfort zone where basically there is lots of discussion about leaders and strong leaders. There is little discussion about governments, about societies, about human rights, about rule of law and democracy. This is the first point. The second point, there is no correlation, unfortunately, between the formal progress of countries in the accession process and democracy, rule of law, economic development, or economic rule of law, if you want it. Third, there is not anymore or any longer the Commission and the European Union are not seen as catalytic of change or as reliable supporters of democratic developments in the region, and we have seen this in the case of protests of civil society in Serbia, for instance, but we have seen it also in the case of Kosovo, which is the only country that did well in terms of democratic transformation according to all institutions that are monitoring democratic transformations in the region, and they ended up being isolated by external service. Here I have to be very precise because those measures are being imposed by external service and not member states. And my last point is also in relation to the economic and social gap. So Huntington, when he wrote this piece about clashes of civilizations, he was truthful with us because when he spoke about Europe, according to him, Europe ends in Croatia. And if you travel to this region, you would agree with him in terms of infrastructure, in terms of international capital flowing in the country, in terms of lifestyle. It is unfortunate, it's quite unfortunate that Europe is ending there. And with that, I want to bring here the example that the gap between us and the neighbors that are member states from 2007 and onwards, namely Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, not to mention Greece and Slovenia, is unfortunately growing. It's not bridging. And this is also being accompanied with what I call human bleeding. People leaving the region. They are all moving towards Germany and northern part of Europe, although we are signing agreements within the Berlin process for the qualification of professions and diplomas, but for people coming in from the region, I'm sure you'd agree with me that no doctor would like to come from Belgrade to work in Tirana, or no nurse would like to go from Tirana to Pristina or Pristina to Sarajevo. They are all looking towards the EU. So, and to make my final comment, we are in a make or break moment. I always have cherished Jean-Claude Juncker because he has been very honest and blunt with the accession, with Ukraine, and now it's time also to bring some truth into this Western Balkan EU relationship. It's very difficult for me to understand why EU should have a special envoy for Kosovo, Serbia, because Western Balkans is the front gate. It's not Middle East. It's not Nagorno-Karabakh. It's not, I don't know, South Africa or Latin America. So why you have to subcontract foreign policy in your front gate? This should be the main task of Borrell. This should be the main task of the managing director. You don't need to send mixed messages in the region. And the last point, we are living in a very different geopolitical environment because of the Russian aggression in Ukraine. But we have seen very limited movements in the region. And here, let's face it, the elephant in the room is the president of Serbia. So whether the policy of appeasement, of courting Vučić and the others in the region will bring more stability and more democracy and more prosperity and will bring this region closer to the EU, my answer is very clear. It's very clear. No, it won't. EU has tried this approach with Russia. Poor Poles and Balts and the others, they were all urging Germans and the others about Gazprom, about appeasing Russia after they heard, especially after they heard Vladimir Putin back in 2007 in the Munich Security Conference, but nobody wanted to hear them. And nowadays we are speaking about democracy, about the rule of law, about economic development, about all these issues, about open society. I mean, no one wants to hear anymore about open society, but the point is that we don't see even movements in terms of geopolitics, because I can understand that EU is playing this damage control role in the case of Serbia in the region. But whether I see Serbia aligning the foreign policy position with that of EU, whether Serbia is joining the sanctions with the others in the case of Ukraine, and let's not forget, when we analyzed 24th of September, we should not forget that in difference from the conflict we are seeing in Nagorno-Karabakh, not to mention the Ukraine war, here we have an act of aggression staged by a candidate country against a country that has applied for EU membership. So where is the EU accession perspective? Because the EU accession is supposed to be a process where enemies are being transformed into neighbors. Whether we are closer to that goal, I don't want to sound very pessimistic, but this is what I really think.
Thank you. To you, Nicola, and I have to inform our audience that Ms. Viola von Kramon will not be able to join us because she's currently in Armenia. Dietmar correctly said this is a time of break for on behalf of the EU. Is it? How is it from your side, from the Western Balkan government side? Will they be ready, and whether the set date 2030 will be enough time for you to be ready, and not only the EU? Thank you.
Great pleasure to be here and to see so many friends and enlargement masochists in one place. I think this was Florian who said it once, so to attribute that. First, I think there are many topics to tackle. I think we don't really have a set date yet. Charles Michel said it, but there is no consensus. And when the informal European Council of the 27 met in Granada after the EPC, I think there was an attempt to have a reference to this, but there was no agreement. So I think, and kudos to all those who were involved in preparing the recommendations and the paper. I think we have an extremely relevant document coming out of the Civil Society Forum, and I really hope that the leaders and the advisors on Monday will have a look and have a read and reflect on that and adopt at least some of these recommendations, so that we have a Berlin Process Summit that actually tries to make a difference in critical times. A set date, not a guaranteed one. For countries who will actually do what they're supposed to do when it comes to reforms, EU will be ready to make them join. This will help because the enlargement has become, from an ambition to transform, has become a management tool. Some refer to it as a double bluff game. Member states pretend they're interested, we pretend we reform, nothing really changes. So I think there is a momentum when it comes to a debate because of Ukraine and because of Russia's ambition on our continent, but we don't have a result yet. this potential has not materialized yet into an opportunity for this region. We don't really have a new offer from the EU to the region. To be fair, we are also not in a great reform shape ourselves. So there is a lot of lip service. There is focus on process, start accession talks, first IGC, second IGC, this cluster, that cluster. Are we really more prepared than, say, a few years ago? I'm afraid to say that my own country was in a much better shape in 2019 when we got blocked than it is this year in 2023. So I like this vicious cycle, how to transform the vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle. And I don't know who will do the task first, whether the EU will come up with a realistic, credible offer. This is what we can do for you. This is the time frame. These are the funds. These are the requirements. Or we as a region are going to take reform seriously, and I praise Donika for saying it. Those reforms are not painful. Actually, in all opinion polls in the region, if you ask the citizens, they are thirsty, they demand justice, they demand accountability, they hate that they cannot get jobs without party backing. So reforms of the public administration, independent judges, good public prosecutors, accountability versus impunity, people want this. Politicians, by and large, are not very happy with that. To decrease the political cake, what are they doing in education? What are they doing in healthcare? Why is the director of a hospital put there only because of party friendship or party belonging, etc.? So, and whether we as a region have the capacity to realize that, as Dietmar says, if this is a break it or make it point, we're going to really help the next generation and do service to what we are trying to do here, the current one, if we push them by really delivering the reforms. Regardless of what happens with the process, we make a difference on the ground. Or we're gonna wait, we have to deliver our 50% in this to make it work. A date will help. There is very low credibility in the region to what European leaders say. And I'm afraid to say rightly so. In the last panel, in the opening panel, I heard few speakers said, but you have to do your homework. North Macedonia did its homework when it comes to the start of the accession talks. I'm almost I am so frustrated and sad when I saw the timeline that the organizers did. 2005 candidate status, so many years, we solved the obstacle with the Prespa agreement, no start of accession talks. I regret to say, but this was EU failing to deliver on a promise, and instead of encouraging the rest of the region, it discouraged the rest of the region. What was the lesson? It's not worth investing political capital into solving difficult bilateral disputes. So it's not only us, it's a lot about us, but it's also about European leaders. And unless in this moment of war, there is a recognition that something has to be done, that we have to get our act together as Europeans, then I think this will be completely hopeless. It's still gloomy. There is a debate. There is sort of a hope that something will come out of this debate, but there is nothing yet. And there is not much time. December is 2 months away. I hear maybe not much will happen in December apart from Ukraine, Moldova, maybe next June. We have European elections. Who knows what the next European Parliament will look like. So there is an urgency to do something. And the internal, while many were encouraged by the report of the French and German experts, I laughed vetoing the veto in the intermediary stages. Have the veto at the end of the process. I look the screening of Albania and North Macedonia. The screening report is blocked. Guess by who? For both countries. So I think we have to face reality here. We have to make it politically expensive for the blockers to continue to do so. If we cannot find a legal mechanism, let's find a political mechanism. And we need the EU to be a more principled friend of reforms. You cannot turn a blind eye. We have a government today that is considered to be very pro-European because of the package with Bulgaria. But what we are doing at home on rule of law and impunity goes against the European Council conclusions of 18, the European Council conclusions of 20, when the political decision was made, political accountability, legal accountability for the high-level cases of the former Special Prosecutor's Office. Accountability, not impunity. There is now an attempt to even revive the pardons of former President Ivanov. So amending the criminal code was not enough. We're gonna, you know, substance is more important than process. Process matters, but we cannot ignore the substance. And I think I'm finishing with this. European help in terms of a process that is credible is indispensable for us to make it and fix our problems. But they cannot deliver if we don't have domestic efforts, islands of integrity, coalition of citizens, and hopefully political players that will push in the right direction. Against corruption, for free media, for strong institutions and not captured institutions. The story of my country is you cannot change a system only with change of power. We toppled Gruevski, but the system has not changed. Institutions are still weak, and there is too much party political influence in how institutions function. Prosecutors, judges, even in some independent bodies, with some light examples, the State Commission Against Corruption and the State Audit Office and our media, but not because of the state and the political parties, but because of the efforts of the media and the journalists. So I think I'm going to end on an optimistic note. In the end, everything will be okay. If it's not okay, it's not the end. But to make it okay, we have to be honest, we have to be open, we have to face problems, and we have to try to solve them.
Just a follow-up question, because when I met you back in 2018, you were more optimistic than you are now, even though you close your remarks with an optimistic note. And you have mentioned the blocking of screening reports, and this is an instinct of me being a journalist. I wanted to ask you about disputes and bilateral disputes. The European Union position has been that bilateral disputes must be resolved prior to accession. You know better than me, or we both know that happened between our two countries, I mean, Greece and North Macedonia. But at the same time, the Union itself is lacking strategy or institutional mechanisms to address bilateral issues. Is it feasible that dispute resolution efforts could run in parallel to the implementation of accession action plans, as the report suggests? And what recent paradigms in the region suggest? And what is the difference between disputes of countries of the region and dispute between a country of a region and a member state? And that question will also go to Ditmir afterwards. Thank you.
The first difference is there is obvious asymmetry. When a dispute is between a member state and a candidate country, there is the leverage and there is the veto power. So I think it's critically important to protect the integrity of the accession process and the Copenhagen criteria from issues that are not really related to the Copenhagen criteria. And I think the EU is in a mood, as of late, to sort of rush towards solutions, tick boxes. You cannot really solve a problem, a deeply entrenched dispute, with ticking boxes. You cannot solve a problem if one of the parties in the dispute feels their key concern is not covered. And I think it's a mistake in order to increase leverage so that one of the parties gives in towards the proposed solution, let's say include progress towards EU, even though we don't really know what's the end goal there. Is it single market? Is it membership? Is there a consensus? One wiser man than me in Albach said, the conundrum between internal reforms, how to make space for new members, and enlargement has reduced our discussion to European integration without accession. So we have come up with ideas like phasing in, sit around the table, etc., because the key concept is shaky, there is no consensus, right? So I think EU can work on its dispute resolution capacity. There is a lot of leverage, but the less EU is seen as a principal player, the less it's going to be able to solve bilateral disputes. And the big picture of the region, Thessaloniki summit, the vision of sustainable peace, we all move towards the EU, one day we join, borders are less relevant. This is the big vision. If this vision is real and tangible, and we all believe that we are moving in that direction, this will be the context where disputes will be much easily resolved. Without this, for some circles, revisionary policies, greater states, ethnic borders, alternative scenarios and narratives, and sometimes they resonate for more populistic politicians and leaders. And so I think there is a responsibility here among the member states to recognize this reality. And I think the biggest strategic mistake, they all were there for the photo op in Prespa. And the statements were a victory of European diplomacy, right? There was such a strategic mistake not to deliver after that, not to demonstrate to others that this is worth doing. Major. It made them complicit in where we are today in the region, but I don't think we're going to do much by complaining. I think I drove yesterday in 4 capitals in the Western Balkans in one day. We have a beautiful region. It is not a big region, and we can do so much better. And I think we can do also better even if the EU continues to treat us like this, with a relatively virtual accession process. But it won't happen on its own, and we need to push our leaders, and we need to mobilize, and we need to focus. And, you know, miracles are possible, but they don't happen on their own. Someone has to make them happen.
Thank you. Miracles do happen, Dietmar, but are miracles feasible for bilateral disputes, and how do these provoke more obstacles to prospects of countries in the region? And do you have specific concerns for Albania's European perspective at the moment?
Well, in the case of Albania, I wouldn't qualify them as bilateral disputes. Basically, there are still issues that needs to be addressed with our neighbors, in particular with Greece. So there have been some little hiccups here and there, because I've always described our relation as a tough love. So, you know, there is this love and hate. There are in different aspects, but I don't think this will hinder our EU accession journey, because it's neither on the Greek interest nor in our interest. So I have always considered this partnership to be of a strategic nature. If you see the human exchange, if you see the trade and economic exchange, it's really very good. It's very solid. Like 20% of our population is living in Greece. So this is not a rosy picture, of course. There are still issues to be addressed, starting with the so-called war law that is still in force by Greece against Albania, although we are sitting at the same NATO table. And I must confess that in this respect, Albanian civil society, it's a bit more progressive and more open than Greek civil society. I've been to ELAMEP as a foreign minister, speaking about Cham community and speaking about human rights. It was like a blasphemy even for some of the civil society community in Greece. So, and in this respect, we need some good examples coming from EU member states that would guide us, that would steer our political discussion in the society. And unfortunately, in some cases, EU member states are not bringing the positive examples. This is my first comment. My second is in relation to the diplomatic capital Greece has wasted, I would say. And I felt this because I've been working with 4 or 5 Greek foreign ministers, and in the discussions with me, but also with other colleagues from Albania, they was frustrated as well by the veto against Skopje at the time, because they have focused all the diplomatic capital on that issue. I don't think it made Skopje more stable, more democratic, the veto imposed by Greece. On the contrary, it strengthened, let's say, also some less relevant member states to continue on that path, unfortunately. So it cemented a political system that was even labeled as a regime in Skopje, and Nicola was referring to Gruevski, but I don't think that it helped the society in North Macedonia to go for, let's say, an alternative solution. So in this respect, I don't think that it's neither in the Greek interest nor in the interest of the neighbors. Having said that, I'm not at all saying that Albania should not abide to the rule of law, to the European norms. But at the end of the day, we are a member of the Council of Europe. We have passed a justice reform that might have many deficiencies, but at the end of the day, it's still seen as an instrument that won't allow Albania to go under the footprints of other countries in the region in terms of how the power is being digested. And the third component is about EU. If you read the framework negotiating document of Albania and of Montenegro, there are similarities when it comes to the border disputes. So in the case of Montenegro, the reference you won't find it in the document, but it's clear, Croatia, and in our document, it's clear, Greece. And you have the international law, you have the international courts. Even in this respect, I don't want to complain, but sometimes member states do not stick even to this principle. So if you have a European practice that you go and you rely to the international law, to the international tribunals on a set of issues, you should be able to apply this also to the aspirant countries. And this would be my last comment again on the main security. There are two main security algorithms in our region. First, it's how to end the dispute or the conflict between Serbia and Kosovo, and the second is how to make Bosnia and Herzegovina a fully functioning state. Let's put it in this way. When we discuss about Serbia, Kosovo, no matter who will drive the dialogue, even if I would be on the shoes of President Vučić, I would not recognize Kosovo as long as there are 5 non-EU recognizers within EU or 5 or 4 non-recognizers within NATO. So why not to go for the Montenegrin example, where you had EU with a unified position about the threshold of referendum. In the case of Kosovo, you have an ICJ judgment, is the only country out of the former Yugoslavia that has a legally binding opinion from an authority of UN, and why not to stick to those principles for the dialogue? I mean, if EU wants to be creative, it should stick to certain principles and certain practices that have been quite effective in the past. Thank you.
Well, I certainly thank you, and I'm so sorry that we don't have a representative of the European institutions, because many questions arise now from both your comments that need to be answered by the EU and certainly by not you, and I'm so sorry about that. Let's focus a little bit more on the report itself that we have, Anna has and Ioannis Aramakoulis has produced. First of all, Anna, what has been the rationale and the overall perspective of the report? And Dietmar said that the EU should be creative. Are there any recommendations in this paper that open the way for the EU to be creative in the accession process? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that the report, although it has 2 authors mentioned today, it's the teamwork of a few dozens of civil society experts from the Western Balkans and from EU member states that gathered together on 3 occasions to discuss about the diagnosis of the current prospects in terms of EU enlargement and the accession of the region, and also the way forward to somehow deblocking the situation. Because if there was one of the agreements in the group was that there is a standstill, or at least there was a serious standstill in terms of the region's accession to the EU, at least until the war in Ukraine. And that somehow shows us that in that decade, at least since Croatia's accession to the EU, enlargement policy didn't deliver the expected results. Or in those cases where we saw movement, that was at the pace of a snail. And if we continue according to that pace, we will need several decades to join the EU. And unfortunately, the region simply does not have that luxury, that time at our disposal. So we mentioned, Nicola mentioned the vicious circle, and we put forward solutions how to come out of this vicious circle or transform it into a virtuous one. But we are not trying to see or to say who should do something first, because that would be like the story of the chicken and the egg, the EU or the Western Balkans. So we propose that both sides start work immediately on all fronts that we have identified, and we're putting forward a number of recommendations that, in our opinion, are not science fiction. We are civil society, so we are ambitious, but all the recommendations are perfectly feasible under the current legislation, at least in the EU, and they are doable. It only, I would say, requires political commitment, and that is something that we didn't see enough on the side of the EU and on the side of the Western Balkans. So we didn't enter into the nitty-gritty of the policy, but we talked more on the level of principles. So I would like to mention 5 principles that we have put forward, how to revamp enlargement policy, and these principles or recommendations, how that should be done, go in the direction of the EU institutions, the European Commission and Council of the EU in most of the cases. But these should be also mirrored in the Western Balkans. We didn't formulate many specific recommendations for the governments in the region, and that somehow reflects the skepticism at the level of civil society, because on so many occasions, including in the Berlin process, recommendations have been put forward, but we see a very limited delivery on the side of the Western Balkan governments. So if we want the EU to do something, if we want this process to have a result at the end, and the result, the end game for all the countries in the Western Balkans is full EU membership, then they should take seriously their responsibility and mirror or be the strategic partner of the EU institutions in this endeavor. So speaking of the five principles, first of all, I mentioned the pace, and the enlargement process should be accelerated. So until now, we basically had an annual dynamic of opening new clusters, chapters, discussing the progress that these countries were making at different council bodies and then in the Council of the EU ministers. But now we should somehow accelerate this and also simplify decision-making in the Council. We mentioned the veto for the intermediary stages. That is something that should definitely be eliminated, at least for all the small steps that the countries should make in terms of opening benchmarks, intermediary benchmarks, and closing benchmarks. Then I think that in the past decade, all the countries in the region have been talking a lot about joining the EU and what they should be doing. And somehow they started not to see the forest because of the trees. They have lost the sense of prioritizing what is the most important. And we should return to some practice that existed before, when Croatia and North Macedonia were on their way to join the EU with the same pace in the beginning, more or less. That was the accession partnerships. So we are putting forward the idea of accession action plans that would be designed over a period of 3 to 5 years, and that would be tailor-made for each country, because each country does not have exactly the same priorities. So these plans should somehow point the way for the countries what they should focus on, because the process is, at the time being, for our administrations, a bit too overwhelming. In these accession plans, there should be some rewards and some incentives for the countries that do deliver to be, in a way, rewarded, because we've been in the waiting room, if we take the Thessaloniki summit as a starting point, for over 20 years. And simply the link between the efforts that these countries should be making and the reward that they are receiving in terms of end game or full membership in the EU is broken, because there has been so much time going on between these two phases. So they should be allowed to join different EU policies. There has been a lot of concrete reports how that should be done. We did not favor any of them. So any path that leads us to the result of speeding up the process is, of course, welcome. And then we talked a lot about 2030 as the target or the set date. Maybe there is no consensus, and probably it is true that many of the countries will not be ready by this date. But anyway, the process should not be open-ended. It should be definite, and different countries should have an idea of what the best case scenario is for them to join, finally join the EU. They should have a timeline with concrete deliverables. If they deliver on time on each of these deliverables, they should be able to join the EU by the year XY. And finally, we talked about bilateral disputes, and the title of our working groups was the politics of enlargement, but sometimes there is too much politics in enlargement, and the politics related to bilateral disputes is an additional burden which should not be present in the accession process. So we need to free the accession process and tie it only to the reforms, and bilateral disputes should run in parallel. And we mentioned the EU's role in this process. The EU has not always been up to the challenge to respond to the bilateral challenges, disputes, but at least there is now some pool of cases that the EU should study and somehow revamp or redefine its role in the process. And sometimes the EU in itself does not have the mechanisms, does not have the strategy or the means to influence, or is simply not credible in asymmetric disputes. And in those cases, there should be additional means in the form of international mediation, arbitration, international organizations that do have the tools to also support this bilateral resolution, the resolution of bilateral disputes. And then finally, if we're talking about the Western Balkan governments, to be honest, we were not sure that the Western Balkan governments have the same understanding of the momentum that the war in Ukraine created for enlargement. So our message to them would be to be more serious and to seriously engage now in what they were supposed to do throughout all this time, to take more ownership of the process, to be more proactive and be the partner for the EU to actually deliver and the necessary results. And there were the buzzword in all this is of course deliver. And there were two areas where we particularly identified the input and the commitment of the Western Balkans as necessary, and that are rule of law and the public administration reform, because they're somehow the basis for all the other sectors and clusters and chapters that we need to technically open, align, and close. So that was more or less the essence of the report, and I'm looking forward to the discussion with the audience and any comments and questions they may have.
We'll give shortly questions to the audience, but first I would like to ask Adi, you just heard the principles that this report has explored. First of all, how could the accession be more accelerated than what it is at the moment? And lastly, how can governments be convinced to understand the way that they should engage and feel the ownership of the reforms? And I think this is the most difficult part of all the recommendations, if I may. Thank you, Adi.
Thank you very much. When it comes to the title of the panel, but also for the recommendation, first of all, thank you very much for having me here to be able to discuss with you. When I was reading the recommendations, but also when I'm thinking about the topic of the panel, the politics of enlargement, it's so difficult and it's so complicated. But for me, in the end, it comes down to a very simple test. What does all of this, what does the current politics of enlargement, what do the proposals that we as a think tank, as a civil society propose mean for people in Mitrovica? What does it mean for their everyday life? Can they rely on the current politics of EU enlargement? I don't think so, because if we go back to February and March agreement that was kind of agreed but not agreed, the result of that and incapability or lack of power of the EU in that sense is actually, one could even argue, have contributed to them feeling even more unsafe in entire Kosovo, so also in North Kosovo. Kosovo? Or what does the test of the current politics of enlargement means for citizens of Republika Srpska or for Bosnia and Herzegovina? You know, media are being pressured there. Civil society is going to be probably in a much more difficult situation in coming months. So what does the current politics mean? And the answer, yes, maybe it's cynical, but it doesn't mean anything. The current politics of EU enlargement doesn't affect the lives of citizens, at least not in a positive way. And that is a problem. I don't want to repeat it here. I think many of you are aware of that. So when I'm thinking about the proposals, what is it that we can propose to the EU? What is it that we can propose to the governments in the region? I really think about this Mitrovica test. What would it mean if it would be implemented for the everyday life of the citizens to that? What is the European vision for Mitrovica? And if I go back to the agreement from February and March, the question is, you know, the February agreement was very good. It was a copy paste of the East and West German basic treaty, and it was about de facto recognition. So if it would be implemented both for Kosovars living south of River Ibar, but also for the north, it would give clarity to what their future is. At the same time, the agreement in March was clear that there would be some kind of an instrument for Serbs in Kosovo to organize their lives and what they find important. But are we developing this instrument with the vision of Kosovo and Serbia being part of the EU, or we are developing in this interim period, that the interim moment where nothing is? And I must say, the result of the current politics of enlargement is simply that the people are afraid in many corners of the Western Balkans. Politicians, but also citizens, are very cynical about what comes from the EU. And I would say that the EU comes too late to everything. If we look through the Council conclusions in the past 5 years, and if we think about the December Council conclusion, if it really came in 2018, I think we would be in much better situation today. But I can't vouch you that whatever is agreed in December 2023, that it will have effect on how everyday life of people in Mitrovica or people in Bosnia and Herzegovina or anywhere else in the region is. So the big question is, for me, is not how the Western Balkans can seize the new momentum. It's about how can the EU keep the momentum that it has created in Ukraine and Moldova. And I'm afraid, if we look at the debates inside the EU at the moment, that we are on the brink of actually losing that momentum, not keeping that momentum. And that if we lose that, then how can we talk about creating a momentum? Because if we talk about the momentum that has been created in this region in the past couple of years, I don't want that momentum to be seized and continued. Because 2 years ago, there was less fear, there was less people not seeing the future in this region, and there was more people who had some kind of a belief in the European future. So the big question is, how do we keep the momentum in Ukraine and Moldova, and how do we create a different momentum in the Western Balkans? And there, of course, our governments, but also the EU plays an important role. In that sense, I would say, whatever proposals are, and there are good proposals in the papers that were produced as a part of the preparation for the civil society forum. The question is, how much of it will be accepted by EU members? That's the first question. It's not about the governments in the region. It's about the EU accepting these things, and then how much this will be strong to withhold the pressure that we will be seeing in the next year. And the pressure will be, of course, the European Parliament elections. Pressure will be the fact that the EU member states do not have a basic agreement on what kind of union they want. So what we will see next year, even if there is a conclusion that will be okay, we will see a lot of skepticism, a lot of statements coming from EU itself that will damage the credibility of the EU in the region, because what we know now for sure, and it seems we cannot change at least, is that our full membership in the EU is directly linked to the reforms of the EU. Just in Spain, in Granada, we've heard Chancellor Scholz coming out and complaining about Germany having less MEPs. you know, and that's a huge problem for Germany. And I understand it is a big problem if you look at it from the perspective of a Germany. But even, you know, these kind of statements can be interpreted in the region that even Germany, you know, doesn't get a full picture of what it means and what is needed, etc. So these negotiations will be painful. Political messages coming from the EU will be hitting us deep in our cynical hearts. It will be confirming everything what we think about the EU, because they will be telling us, you know, Marine Le Pen said the European Parliament elections will be about EU enlargement, and she's against EU enlargement. And you can imagine how many news portals will be sharing the news and the statements, etc. So what we are fighting against is very powerful, is very negative, and is directly affecting our everyday lives and everyday lives of people in Mitrovica. So what we, and I think the paper that is going to be presented needs to tell the politicians that will meet in the pyramid next week, is that they need to make decisions that will withhold the pressure that we're going to see in the next year, because otherwise we will meet here next year in a much more difficult situation and with much more challenges. When it comes to, and I want to answer to your question, governments in the region, it's not about the 6 governments in the region. It's not about these governments in the region necessarily. It's about one government that will, like in 2017, like Nicola Dimitrov, come to power in this region and then seize the momentum that the EU, or seize the instruments that the EU offers for the countries in the region, and be able then to reform, be rewarded, and to change everyday life of citizens in their country. So don't think about these politicians, these leaders. Think about someone who comes, wins elections, and wants to do reforms. How do we empower her or him?
And how the EU will secure also him or her.
It's about, yes, it's about, you know, because I don't want to repeat, we've heard.
It's just next to me.
Yes, we've heard it, I don't want to repeat it, but I mean, if EU has a policy that actually makes reformers weaker over a medium term, makes them seem silly in the eyes of some cynical politicians in the region, then that's not the politics that the civil society forum wants. I think that we here want to support. So that's the I would say that's the essence. How do we transform the proposals that are in this paper into instruments, into policies that will then have resources behind them? I don't know if you read Rory Stewart's latest book or his article. He says that in the UK, politics has turned quite a lot about let's have 10 points. You know, it's not about who is going to implement it, do we have resources, etc. You know, if we want to talk, if we want to kickstart the debate that the paper really kickstarts, then we need to talk about DG NEAR, for example. We need to talk about readiness of member states to provide resources. So if we talk about 2030 as a kind of a, you know, date where we want to see the countries in the region to be prepared for the EU, then we need resources that Croatia or Romania or Bulgaria had at their disposal as they were negotiating the accession. That does not exist at the moment in any of the 6 countries. It exists to a certain extent in Ukraine and Moldova, and you can see it. You can find more DG NEAR people in Kiev and in Moldova than you can find them in Brussels, because they're there to support. That does not, and it was not present when, also not present when Nicola Dimitrov was, or when the government in North Macedonia was there, because the issue was not that. It was France, etc.
Well, I would like to give the floor to the audience now and to our online participants, but I will begin, yes. The microphone, please.
Alexander, is this? It works. Alexander Brazarier, news journalist. Just briefly, I remember a couple of years ago, most of us were at the same event in Ohrid when we were talking about the same topic. And I think I said back then that, like, basically these things are sort of a joint communal therapy session for all the frustration that's accumulated over the years. But jokes aside, you know, we are at a key moment, and I think Adi's right about this. And there's been a lot of, you know, there's been this idea that's been floated around in Brussels for a while about the Europe à la carte, or the European community. It's a French idea, and French ideas, as we know, are not always the best. So, just briefly, what do you think about it? And do you think that if this sort of like World War II comes to the fore, do you think that our leaders currently will accept that? And why would they do that, if so?
Who wants to begin? Dikmir, you?
This is a very interesting question, and I thank you for that. Because if you see the region, there is a gap between words and deeds, I would say. And there are some similarities even with the area of Enver Hoxha, where he was bashing Zionists during the Middle East conflicts at the time. But if you had to read his book about Middle East, indeed he was bashing Palestinians because he was afraid at the time by Soviet Union. So I'm bringing this example because we are living in an area where you have Western Balkan leaders, most of them, enjoying open marriages. So basically, this is not in political terms, because I see some surprising faces here. So basically, it might sound quite paradoxical, but at the same period of time, you have visitors in the region who theoretically have different agendas, and they are conveying more or less the same message. Once we were discussing in this region about the influence of the third actors, and by third actors we had in mind Russia, China, and GCC countries. In the recent years, we have the so-called third actors or the so-called EU spoilers. You see the banking sector in the region, telecommunication industry, media, that are being owned also by the so-called EU spoilers in the region. And it does not come as a surprise whether you come from East or West, or even not from Europe, where more or less you convey the same message. You speak about leaders, you speak about territories, you don't speak about countries, you don't speak about government, you don't speak about societies, and you don't speak about human rights and rule of law anymore. This is exactly the case. And this is the reason why most of Western Balkan leaders embraced immediately the idea of Emmanuel Macron about the European political community, which is basically an idea that has been promoted for the first time by French President Mitterrand. And you know, I mean, among other things, I'm also hosting a podcast, and I had once Jacques Attali, and he was his special advisor. And basically the idea of European political community in the minds of Mitterrand, according to Jacques Attali, was to prevent Eastern European countries to become members of European Union. And he was blaming Americans and Germans that allowed for a faster accession of Eastern European countries into EU. So basically, I would fully subscribe to the idea of this German-French 12-point or 12 experts proposals about multi-speed Europe with four circles. But I can bet that most of leaders now are expecting a return of Donald Trump in the US, first, and second, they are also betting on this EPC as a zone of comfort where all we need is money from European taxpayers, some kind of relevance. If we can flex muscles to each other and to the weaker neighbor, and that's it. And of course, power.
You, Nicola, would you like to comment as well?
I have a fight between the diplomat and the activist in me how to respond to this. activists would say we were devastated by the French back in 2019. So my instinct is, my gut feeling is anything that comes from Paris. Now, the diplomat would say, we need more France in the Balkans. We need to engage, we welcome your engagement. And they have moved on from the initial remarks on the beautiful European house by Emmanuel Macron. He said, we need to decorate first. We need to fix the house, then we're going to get you in. This was it Sorbonne or a bit? Yeah, so now this is a fact. I think there is a very firm position that was endorsed by Chancellor Scholz. We need to fix governance and budgetary issues in order to get new members. So then a minister recently told me of another member state that I should not mention, this is only an excuse. If they want enlargement, we can do it, and having more members will be a catalyst for internal reforms. But to make it a precondition is simply an excuse not to do it. This was a minister telling me. I cannot comment on that. So I think this idea that we have first-class and second-class nations in Europe, that I had a briefing by, this is the activist speaking, I had a briefing by someone who was part of this French-German expert group, that the report is good. The discussions, though, sometimes made them wonder whether France is actually happy with 27. Let alone more members. And, they can be around us. It doesn't work like that. So I think we need to grow up, not only in the Balkans, but also in Europe.
Mostly in Europe, I'm afraid. Yes, Adi.
We can also pick part. For me, like any of these proposals comes down to, can we simply explain it to the citizens and to the politicians in the region or politicians in the EU? If you go back to the previous panel, most of you know, we've proposed single market membership for freedoms for everyone as an interim step that the country should get. I think it's extremely easy to explain. Businesses, people will have privileges and benefits as if they were members of the EU. EU, in order to offer that to the countries in the regions, will be, we'll need to support them, etc. So it's quite simple it's more simple than than many others. So when it comes to these proposals, like let's offer them this or that, let's bring them in the institutions, let's open these programs, and that comes down to really, can we explain that in the public? And will it be a catalyst, not just among the politicians, but also in the region for changes? How many of you know which of the countries in the Western Balkans are members of the Horizon program, or how many have access to Erasmus? You don't know that. It's very difficult. It's very important for those who benefit from all of this, but on the general level, on the political level, it makes little sense because it's difficult to explain. It's difficult to turn into an argument, and it's difficult to turn into a vision for the region. For me, the biggest fear from both the German, French proposals and from the debates that I see in Berlin and Paris is that nothing concrete and explainable for the region depends on the reforms done in the region. So the discussion is so complicated, it's so technical, it's so details, maybe this here, maybe access to digital market, but maybe access phasing into here, maybe we give you a bit of money there, maybe you sit in this council, but we can't put you in the council, we'll just inform you before the council meeting, but maybe in the, all these things are so complicated, it will then also through negotiations be watered down even more, and in the end, we will have something that doesn't give a vision for this region. Or it will be the vision, you can be full members if we reform the EU and once we are ready to accept new members, which means that in the period until that happens, you will have EU that's not able to capture neither the imagination nor the nor the moves that the politicians do in their region.
Thank you. One question to gentleman there.
Thank you very much. Željko Ivanović from Open Site Foundations, leading the Roma program here. A lot of this talk here and the type of discourse, I'm in a usual Roma conference where we complain about the governments and governments promising us this and promising us that. And this discourse about human rights and society that needs the values of the EU is not because of the EU, it's because of our own societies. I think it's very important. We need to insist more on that, because otherwise it becomes complaining about somebody else doing something to us. But when we see how we were told for 30 years, if you guys get educated, you can be integrated. But now we also see different talk. Now we have our own problems, bigger problems. You need to wait. It's the same type of discourse that I hear here about the EU. So I just have a simple question to the panel. Is this a vicious or it's a karma?
Who's first? Anna?
Thank you very much for this very interesting comparison. I think what vicious circle and karma have in common, that it's probably difficult to reverse it, but it takes hard work. And many of you were very rightful to point out that we have become an echo chamber. And that is something that we have identified also through our work. Unfortunately, the echo chamber has walls that are not porous, and we need to somehow make these walls porous so that the message is spilled over outside. Many, not all, but many of the issues related to enlargement in member states and in the Western Balkans have been often used by politicians on both sides for domestic politicking, and that is somehow has in turn influenced the process, leading to loss of credibility in the process. And now I think it's time to somehow reverse these decisions, that is, take the karma in our hands. And our karma, if you ask me, are our politicians. I mean, we are stuck with the politicians that we have, but also those politicians are the politicians that we elect. So that is somehow how we should think about our responsibility. But arguably, we are here somehow privileged. So not everyone outside of this room has the access to the same resources, to the same knowledge, to the same ideas. So if there is one part of the solution to the karma and to the vicious circle, that would be, I think, strategic messaging. And that is something that we all that were here today, that are here today in front of the screens, but also in the EU institutions, in our governments and everywhere, should somehow work more, because there has been serious underperformance in terms of strategic messaging. So that is one aspect to reverse our karma.
I don't know whether anyone else wants to comment. But we have another question. Yes, I've seen him. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander Kovacevic. Anna, we have a very good example of these 5 proposals you have made. Energy Community Treaty in 2006 was exactly that. It was acceleration. There was action plans, deadlines, initiatives, and it put bilateral problems aside. However, it doesn't work. And of course, I disagree that we are not making impact to the life of everyday citizens. 80 days from now, the deadline for clean air. So we had a deadline under Energy Community Treaty, multilateral treaty, that we are going to have power plants at least compliant with combustion plant directive and critical pollutions. It's not going to happen. So people in many, many cities, Sarajevo, Tuzla, you know, are going to have by bringing what is not it's more difficult. Last 17 years, nearly 100 progress reports. The question is not mentioned in the chapter about reform or in the chapter about human rights. So I would say that there is only one request which we have to make. Please report properly. Progress reports are sufficient mechanism for the European Commission to report about the progress in real material terms.
Yes, please, Anna. Even though it sounds more like an intervention rather than a question.
Sorry, Dan, thank you. Yeah, you are absolutely right that those, sorry, I seem to be losing my voice. You're absolutely right that those 5 elements, maybe in your case, were not sufficient. And I don't think that they will be sufficient in our case because they are only the part that we have targeted towards the EU. What we also have is like the chicken or the egg, the Western Balkans. So it will not work if only the EU delivers on those 5 principles that we mentioned. An integral part of our work was what the Western Balkan governments need to do. Now, I'm not familiar with the details of the failures that you are describing, but my lucky guess would be that it has a lot to do with the agency of the Western Balkan countries. So that is probably, there is also the karma of the war in Ukraine, maybe that influenced the energy policy. So, of course, there is something on the side of the EU that should be done, but we should not, definitely not underestimate what the Western Balkan countries need to be doing.
I mean, that's exactly the problem, that you don't know for something which is happening for 17 years. That's what I'm talking about. It's not reported by European Commission. End point. Nothing to do with the governments in the region.
Thank you. Do we have other questions from our audience? Yes, Miodrag.
Thank you. Thank you for the fantastic panel. Miodrag Milosavic, Open Society Foundations. So what I've understood from your panel, from a fantastic panel actually, that there is no new momentum, that this is just the new title for the business as usual, especially from the 2 former ministers. But there is one question that we at the Open Society Foundations, as my colleague also mentioned, ask ourselves after, when we actually challenge our own approach, and we ask ourselves, what could have we done differently? So from the perspective of the former ministers, like, is there anything that you two could have done differently in order to have the better situation at this point? Thank you.
You stole my conclusion, but anyway, Dietmar?
I think reading the report, there are three keywords: strategic partnership, technical process, and political commitments. So when we speak about strategic approach, we always refer to the Thessaloniki summit. Basically, it was only a few years after the wars in former Yugoslavia. The hopes were quite high. We more or less knew that in 10 years' time, we would be members of the European Union. And I remember immediately after Thessaloniki, we had been offered European partnership. There is a gentleman in this room. At the time I was working in the Ministry of European Integration, we knew nothing about European partnerships. We knew about accession partnerships, but this was, under different titles. And then we started to respond to this European partnership with an action plan. We didn't have a stabilization association agreement at the time. We knew nothing about community programs, nothing about TAIEX. All these were brand new programs for the countries of the Western Balkans because of Thessaloniki. And it goes without saying that if it was not for the EU, this region would have been in a worse shape. So there is no discussion about that. The second issue is the second keyword in the paper is about technical process. You represent Open Society Foundation, and I'm sure that you are not happy with the state of affairs in the Western Balkans when it comes to the rule of law, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to the separation of powers. And we were supposed to be in a positive correlation with the speed and with the speed and quality of the accession process. So the last thing that happened in the enlargement dossier was 2017, when Montenegro managed to close the chapter. 6 years from 2017, we haven't seen, let's say, bold actions. And let me remind you that no one from the countries that joined the European Union stayed more than 6 years in the accession table. So technical standards are very much related also with a sense of urgency, with the deadlines. It's like students passing the exams. So you need to be somehow, you need to be somehow urged. You need to be somehow motivated. We are not speaking about Norway here, neither Switzerland. So we are speaking about 6 countries that do inherit lots of problems from the past, that we lack a strong culture of politics or democratic politics. So that's why we need EU. And the third is also the aspect about political commitments. There are lots of friends here who have written a lot extensively about the access to structural funds, how much EU is investing for the newcomers. They have made lots of calculations, and all these calculations lead to a simple fact, that if you don't have a commission that is fully on board in this process. So you know what happens with Israel-Palestine. So you had Varhelyi, and in 3 hours you had Borrell and von der Leyen. So I was just saying to Adi that I like very much all the proposals, but I would like to add another proposal. Please bring back Reinhard Priebe to the Commission, please.
I endorse that.
Yeah, because I mean, this dose of truth is missing in this relationship. And when we speak about political commitments, Financial Times had a very good article a few days ago. Western Balkans, it's peanuts compared to Ukraine. Now we are thinking how to jump into that ship. And we forget that in the case of Ukraine, the accession process, if it happens, because I have my own doubts, it's going to be strictly related to the reconstruction of the country, because it's devastated. Whereas in the case of Western Balkans, it should have a different nature. But you need to see these things that are really happening. We cannot really speak about new momentum anymore if there are not clear targets and if there are no clear commitments by European Union. The last thing, my very last point, I happen to travel for work purposes in the Eastern Partnership countries, and we're having this discussion. It is striking to see there people in Maidan, people in the streets of Tbilisi, people in the streets of Chisinau. They have protested by waving EU flags. You don't see EU flags or people protesting in the streets of Belgrade or Tirana or Sarajevo any longer with EU flags. Why? Why? I don't know whether it's a karma, it might be a curse, I really don't know. But we should answer this question jointly with EU. Why?
And very shortly, because I think I've seen hands with for questions. Thank you.
I just want to say, I think if there was one thing that we should have done differently, it was to try to help those politicians who wanted to create a positive momentum in the region. So I think we are stronger together. 6 of the countries are stronger together, but somehow the dynamic of EU enlargement process actually says that the EU, and that's kind of a sense that was created, and I think it was false. One of the examples, Nikola Dimitrov, in the midst of COVID, you figured out that that countries of that the EU made an exception for certain countries on the basis of a simple decision, and they've argued to the Western Balkans that it's not possible. He got all 6 foreign ministers together to sign a letter and request it from the EU, and they got it. I think if we pushed more of such proposals where all 6 come together, ask or deliver things towards the EU, I think we would have a momentum in which, the fight for future EU enlargement is not, is not about us fighting each other or competing to some extent, but also about working together and working together towards the EU.
I think I've seen hands. Yes.
Mirko Popovic, Renewables and Environmental Regulatory Institute from Serbia. I would follow what my colleague Alexander said. So I think basically someone here said, I think Anna said that we don't have time to lose another decades, but we already lost 2 decades. So in the other thing that should be underlined, we have contractual obligations between European Union and countries in the region. Stabilization Association Agreement, and the treaty establishing energy community is a perfect example of the treaty that put obligations and responsibilities to every side. European Union on one side, countries from the region on the other side. My question is, if we have this problem that is pretty serious, if certain party to the treaty breach its obligation. I think it's very serious when we speak about international agreements. This is what's happened in the region. I think that both sides are responsible to prevent. And to conclude, if we have a similar situation in almost 2 decades, is it time to try to solve the problem with different roles of another actors? Is it time to take more to recommendations from civil societies, take more seriously? And is it time? What I would like to see is the outcomes of recommendations being prepared for this summit. For recommendations we prepared last year within thematic working group energy, none of them were tackled.
Okay,
public participation, just to conclude, please. Public participation has 2 dimensions. One is allowing certain actors to participate. The other is outcomes, meaning how those institutions which are tackled by this react on it. Thank you.
I will take the last questions because we only have 1 minute left. Yes, this one. But make it a question, not an intervention. Yes. The microphone.
I'll try to be brief. And my question has to do with, because we're talking about the politics of enlargement, but mostly directing the issues towards the European Union. Whereas what I would like the panel to do, and especially the former foreign ministers here, is to reflect on how the Western Balkan countries can kind of put the European Union to momentum, better momentum. And my question is, what is the game that the institutions are playing? What's the politics of enlargement game? Is it the geopolitics of it, or is it the meritocracy of it? Because it looks like the European Commission is trying to sell the idea that it's all about meritocracy, it's about ticking the boxes and reforms, etc., until geopolitics kicks in, and then somehow then you have to comfort candidate countries by not imposing sanctions for stuff they're doing. I mean, we are 3 weeks after the attack of Serbia to the north of Kosovo in Banjska, and then we didn't have it sanctioned. So yeah, basically that's my question. What's the because then what I don't want them to talk generally, but tackle the idea of why not of the other foreign ministers of the Western Balkans were not more vocal in pushing the EU towards sanctioning candidate countries that are not fulfilling the European values.
Always interesting questions come at the very end. It's a karma. Very shortly, Nicola and Dietmar, just to give half minute to Anna and Andy and to close the session. Thank you.
On new momentum, because there was no opportunity for me. I think there is a debate. There was no debate at this level on enlargement. But to speak of a new momentum, we have to have a tangible decision. Perhaps we will get it, and I think it's our task to advocate, to talk to decision makers, their advisors, publish, be part of the, to make it happen. Hopefully it will happen, but I think it's a bit sort of wishful thinking to say, we have a train. The train is here. In our domestic politics, we use these spins a lot for one reason or the other. I think I like this point by Dietmar with demonstrating with EU flags. I think in our case, why do we want to join the EU? Speaking about me as a citizen, because it's a symbol of it's what it means. It means normalcy, decency, rule of law, democracy, freedom, peace, economic prosperity, right? I think our region, because of the length of the process, and because we have experienced occasions where EU was not as principled as we hoped they would be, we look up to them, they are able to lead by example. This is the magnet, the single market and the ability to lead by example. They say that we are a community of values. But when there is a difficult moment and when you compromise on your values because it's more opportunistic to not do it, to be less principled, you disappoint. So on bilateral issues, many say yes. So, so I think we have a task to push them to be principled. We have all of us towards Ukrainians, and Maidan was mentioned, right? To be speaking about the European flag in the parliament in Skopje, we didn't exactly cover the European flag in glory with the latest misuse of the speedy, non-filibustering parliamentary procedure to invented for transposing the acquis, essentially doing the opposite. So we have abused the EU flag. And I think the voice of the region, if we are able to sweep more as a region, we can do better. If the 6 countries endorse some of the recommendations from this civil society forum as a region, the chances that they will have impact on EU decision-making is very significant. Let's say the 6 countries say, get rid of the veto until the end of the process. And if we get Ukraine and Moldova to join us, we can be a player.
That's for sure. And I think Andy's comment about the unity of the region was the key one for the end. Dietmar, very shortly.
Very shortly. The unity of the region is it's of a paramount importance. You have mentioned also in the report. There are some elements in the Berlin process, in the political dimension of the Berlin process, and here I refer to the Vienna Declaration of the foreign ministers back in 2015, where we all committed our countries not to put obstacles to each other in the EU accession process. Unfortunately, this is not happening. Let me tell you something. In this country, I have the reputation of being tougher on Vucic than the party I belong to. But I'm not in favor of sanctions, to be honest, neither in the case of Serbia or other countries, because sanctions will not lead our countries or our region to the European Union. Basically, as it was in the case of North Macedonia, I'm afraid it might cement even further the position of those in the government. The other way around, I am for the other way around. So basically, incentivizing both Serbia and Kosovo into this process by first and foremost having a unified approach by European Union. And my very last point, because there have been two gentlemen that raised this question of energy community treaty. If you see our region in terms of papers, it's wonderful. For historians, they can even compare it with the way how the European Union was born. We have energy community treaty, we have transport treaty, we have regional market, we have all these regular forums where we meet and discuss, where we propose. But the point is, again, to the three key words that you mentioned in the report: strategic approach, that you have all these geopolitical components, technical standards, because at the end of the day, when we speak about internal market, we have to have in mind also the economic rule of law. And third, we speak about clear political commitments. Yes, the opening of College of Europe, it's a very good sign. And I hope I respond to the main concern of Adi, whether some things will be associated with tangible things by the citizens. But this needs to be supported also with other programs that are related to the economy of life. You mentioned Horizon, but we need to go even deeper. Thank you.
Thank you. One sentence, Adi, and then one sentence.
I hope when our leaders and the EU leaders meet next week that they will be aware that the discussions and the decisions they will make in next couple of months are not about technicalities. They're not about how to organize the process, whether there will be interim steps, what kind of institutions, inclusions, etc. It's about really peace. Because violence is back in the region. There is a fear of, people have fear of violence. People in Bosnia and Herzegovina have fear that they might become some kind of political prisoners. After many of decades that we didn't have political prisoners in the countries. So the momentum that we have at the moment in the region is negative momentum. That will not change unless the situation in the region is taken serious, also by the leaders of the EU, but also by the reformers in the region. And I think, Alexandra, just to finish with that point, your point was same as mine for the situation in Kosovo and in the region. If there is any impact of the EU accession process at the moment or in politics, it's rather negative than positive.
Now one sentence, thank you.
Yeah, I will not comment definitely on energy. Mirko, if you want me to do that, invite me next time for your energy panel. So going to the question on geopolitics or meritocracy, I don't think that enlargement has ever not been geopolitical. It was geopolitical when France didn't want the UK to join. It was geopolitical being very large. It's geopolitical to Turkey's the accession or non-accession, and meritocracy only appeared, I think, Bulgaria and Romania lost the train to join in 2004 and joined the study in 2007. But if you ask me, I really don't care what would be the motivation behind the driver behind our countries joining the EU, whether it's geopolitical or meritocratic. I think that it should happen sooner rather than later. And, Deng Xiaoping said, regardless whether the cat is black or white, as long as it chases mice. So for us, whatever works, whatever approach works for us, I think I would gladly take it. And I'm happy to see that there is a consensus, not only in the region, but for the first time, maybe at the pan-European level, that this process should be somehow accelerated. So I would say whatever gets us closer to the EU, I'm for it.
I will take the last sentence of Anna to conclude myself, because we don't have time. Consensus at an EU level, a regional level, is the key word. Well, thank you all for joining us at this panel, and I hope it was fruitful and nice discussion for you as well. Thank you, Nicola, Ditmir, Ade, and Anna.
We are ready, yeah? Okay. It seems that everything is ready with the technical issues, so we can start. I would like to welcome you to this panel that we have today, which is actually titled Greening the Western Balkans, and then we uniting for sustainable infrastructure, biodiversity protection, and effective governance. We wanted as a civil society forum of the thematic working group Climate and Green Agenda to gather three very important topics in order to I don't know, it's mine or yours? Okay, in order to make most comprehensive recommendation to improve the situation in the Western Balkans regarding green agenda and climate. I'm Jadranka Ivanova, I will be today your moderator, and I'm delighted that I have several panelists who are experts in this field, but also representative from the administration. And I would like now, in short, to represent each of them. We have Mr. Sabit Gashi from Kosovo, who is Director of the Department for Energy within the Ministry of Economy in Kosovo. Then we have Radica Koceva, he's IPA management expert from North Macedonia. Then we have Johannes Heidekar, who is the advisor to the Prime Minister of North Macedonia for the economic issue. Then our next panelist is Draško Boljević, who is Executive Director of the Eco Fund from Montenegro. And it is the only Eco Fund in the Western Balkan country. That's why we have invited him. Then we have Miriam De Koning, who is Executive Director of PONT, one important instrument that supports the Western Balkan country, in particular North Macedonia and Albania, within the biodiversity. And then representative who will speak about community engagement, Patrika Dulgeri, Chairman of the Board Roma Economic Development Initiative from Brussels, if I'm correct in saying that. The recommendation that we have prepared are part of the joint discussion and work of 17 civil society organizations from the 6 Western Balkan countries. And I would like to mention them because they contribute with valuable insights into finalizing the recommendations. And then from Albania, we have EDEN, Coplant and Arhut Center. From North Macedonia, we have EcoSvet, Miliocontact, and Institute for Policy in Environment and Climate Change, which I am chairing. From Serbia, we have Smart Collective and Belgrade Open School. From Montenegro, Green Home, Force Montenegro, and Climate Change, Natural Resources and Energy Center. From Kosovo, we have International Business College and Balkan Green Foundation. And from Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have Center of Policy and Governance, Eco Forum, and Eco Akcija. All these 17 civil society organizations, we have managed within 3 online meetings together and discuss the topic. The main topic of the thematic working group on climate and green agenda was green infrastructure investment. When we say green infrastructure investment, we don't mean only investment in depolluting activities like wastewater treatment plant or management of waste, but also we mean investment in eco-based solutions, in natural-based solutions. So we want to include everything. However, we also highlighted the importance of the good governance, and in addition, the importance of investment in biodiversity. And these were the 3 key issues that we base our recommendation. I would like to just for the purpose of transparency, to shortly present our recommendations. Our first recommendation was that EU should further enhance its support to the Western Balkan countries by establishing a funding mechanism built on solidarity and multi-level governance. We thought that the current funding, which is mostly done through IPA, Instrument of Pre-Accession, does not reach the required objective that it was created for. That's why we believe that we should go further, having an instrument which is more based on solidarity and having cohesion fund management practices. Also, we also recommend that we should have more transparency in programming and in the funding of the Western Balkan countries. Another recommendation was related to establishing a regional hub focused on infrastructure investment. We believe that environment is a good field to enhance the regional cooperation, and then the capacity that we have, which are limited in investment, maybe can be used and having a joint regional project, like in railway, or maybe just project to purify some transboundary river that we share among the countries. Also, private sector is very important because majority of the requirements of the EU acquis should be implemented by private sector, and then we said that the EU and the Western Balkan countries should ensure efficient financial and administrative support to the private sector in the region, and encouraging them to make more sustainable, towards blue economy and green growth. Our second recommendation was related to the good governance. And then we address here the prime ministers, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Environment of the Western Balkan countries that should take swift action to enhance the capacity of the national and subnational authorities, which are trusted with environment and climate change responsibility, and also programming and management of EU fund. We here also say that local authorities should not be neglected, because about 70% of the obligations that are coming from the EU acquis in environment and climate are related to the local authority. And then also, as a civil society organization, we offer here to bridge this lack of capacity in the administration and support them in implementing some of the activities. And the last part of the recommendation are related to biodiversity. So we say that Western Balkan countries should increase their funding for biodiversity. In the region, biodiversity is mostly funded by the EU and other donor funds. That's why we say that the EU leaders should establish a sustainable funding for the biodiversity. Also, they should align their policies with the EU biodiversity strategy 2013, which means about 30% of the territory of the Western Balkan countries should be protected or managed in a sustainable way. And our goal is, in 5 years from now, maybe about 30% of the funds in environment and climate should be related to the biodiversity, which also will require the EU, the funds which are funded in the Western Balkan country for climate, to be also related in biodiversity, at least 30%. How we will structure our today's discussion? We would like, first of all, to have some intervention by the panelists. We have developed together some questions which are related to the recommendation. Afterwards, we would like to have some questions from you, from the participant present here as well online. And at the end, I will have a special question, which I would like to have a brief answer by the all panelists, which I believe will bring us some thoughts for the future. I would just like first to have my first question to Mr. Gashi. You're coming from energy, ministry responsible for energy, and of course, energy is the foundation for development. Without energy, we cannot have a good economic development. But at the same time, the Western Balkan countries, they committed to implement the green agenda, which is as a reflection of the EU Green Deal to the Western Balkan countries. How can the Western Balkan country enhance their energy diversity and at the same time improve protection and improve the portion of the green energy in the Western Balkan countries? What kind of investment we need in order to have energy diversification in our region? So if you can, I would like to know that we should have all brief intervention, if possible, up to 7 minutes. So Mr. Gashi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Jadranka. Thank you for this invitation. On behalf of Minister Zvanoli, I would like to thank this organization, very good organization, also colleagues and audience here. The key words you mentioned in the question, as I remember, was diversity. In point of view of energy, I think for audience to be as much as simply and clear regarding Kosovo, I will divide in 4 points, A, B, C, D. A point is current situation. Now, current situation regarding the diversity of energy in electricity production in Kosovo is, I will call green and non-green. Non-green is 95%, and green is only 5%. Another countries, regional countries are in the better position. Let's say Montenegro is 70 green, 40 non-green. Macedonia 40 non-green, 40 green and 60 non-green. Serbia is 70 non-green, 30 green, and Bosnia and Herzegovina 70 green, 70 non-green, sorry, and green 30%, and Albania is the best, 100% green. This is situation regarding, let's say, regarding the diversity of energy resources in the 6 countries in Balkan. And this is point A. Regarding for point B is the year for Kosovo 2031. In 2031, regarding our obligations based on energy strategy and based on energy community decision, which was made in December last year, our targets is to be 32% green all economy and another non-green. And in electricity, green will be 35% and non-green 65%. Also, in 2040, it is point C, we have some analysis and we will be 50-50. And in 2050, which is a commitment of Balkan countries to achieve neutrality on climate, we hope will be neutrality, but it is very, very huge, let's say, challenge. And these goals up to 2030 will achieve through the investment in renewables, investment in energy efficiency, and also to work hardly in energy market to be as much as effective. Imagine that situation in 2030 when every country of Balkan will achieve the targets on renewables, mainly in solar. In that situation, we will have surplus energy because we, when we based on solar, the solar is only for 8 hours.
Going forward,
We did start late, but I didn't get notification that our panel will be shorter, so I think we will have time for everything. Let me start with our first distinguished panelist, Monsieur Rida Tabacu, the Member of Parliament of Albania. How do you see the recommendations that were put forward by the civil society, and how do you see their feasibility, and what needs to be done in order to be put in action properly?
Thank you very much also for having me here, but also for sharing the report. Before, just yesterday with colleagues from the region chairs of European integration of the 6 Western Balkan countries, we started a discussion, and one of my friends and colleagues, Mr. Ademi from Skopje, is here. We started a discussion on the roles of Parliament on the Berlin process. It was mentioned, but also part of the report was the legislative side of everything needs to be approved at the end of the day in Parliament. And this is the normal work that we do. Approximation of legislation is part of our mandate, and we do it regularly. Albania is in a good stage in terms of approximation of legislation for in general, around 70%, specific areas up to 90%. The problem that we have is in terms of implementation of this legislation. I wanted to focus on 2 specific issues which are related also with the presentation and are part of the work of parliaments, and also a new initiative that we are starting right now. The problem that we are having right now is a wider discussion on the implementation of the SAA and the legislation that needs to be approximated. This process up to now has been considered a very political, government-oriented one. A lot of laws that come to Parliament are not widely discussed, little transparency in the lawmaking procedure, but also for the beneficiaries. It was mentioned here, some of the reforms have to be painful for those who will implement those. I will give you a specific example that we had during last session. A specific law on wineries, for example. It took our committee around 6 months to discuss and approve it, because when we started to do consultations with the companies who would implement it, we understood that they were not consulted in the first place to implement the new standards for alcohol percentage, for capacities of businesses. They needed at least 2 years for investment. And at the end of the day, they were not ready to implement the legislation as it was. So even though the Parliament does approve the law, and we do very well in the checklist that this legislation is approximated, at the end of the day, it's very difficult for stakeholders, for businesses, for society to start implementing. So this would require that the process is all-inclusive since the beginning. And Parliament and approximation of legislation is not considered as a part of a job that we just have to do it. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, the ones who will implement the legislation will have to bear the cost, but also the responsibility of the standards, norms increased and improved. Secondly, we have started now a new process for the post-legislative scrutiny of all the laws that have come to Parliament related with the approximation with EU. And we understood that this is the first time it's being done. So we approve legislation to approximate it with EU, but in practice, we never see how these new norms and standards are being applied. And if these new norms and standards, at the end of the day, do they change the reality? Do they help businesses to improve the situation? Are we now in a better relationship with the markets? Are we part of a bigger market? Can the product services companies compete not only in the region, but also with other in EU countries? And we are starting with a very simple law, the law on tourism, which everyone agreed on. If we tried on something very political, we would have had a fight since the beginning. So we said, let's do something that everyone agrees on. And this is a second issue that we are actually experiencing and is related with the market and problems with implementation of legislation. Thirdly, there is a clear, of course, problem with different economic indicators in the region. GDP per capita, inflation rate even this year, investments, average salary, which are conditions that we have to take in consideration when discussing on economic reforms, when discussing on a growth plan. Not all countries start from the same basis. This taken for granted that we all start from a different starting point, and we all need a different momentum for reforms. The last reform I approved in Parliament was in 2016, if I'm wrong. It was the justice reform. Since then, no package of economic or whatever reform has been approved in Parliament as such. We do single initiatives. We do initiatives that, of course, target areas related with the common regional market, with a single payment area, but none of it comes as part of a bigger reform program. Coming to the initial discussion on the start of each of our countries. And to close with rule of law, which is one of the issues that you mentioned in your report. Rule of law as a prerequisite for economic reforms, for reforms that are related with the internal market, and not only. It is true that there have been changes. Albania, Western Balkans of today is not the same of some years ago. And these changes are mainly related with reforms in terms of implementation of rule of law. But we have to see this also in the broader perspective of the market and what it offers to companies, to businesses, and how this can be used for the potential of the region. Let's face it, the 18 million people, even less now, of the Western Balkans, with 3% of the GDP of Germany and half of the Czech Republic, are of course important, but we are much more important. We will do much more better if we do not only integrate between ourselves, but we start these reforms to approximate and integrate with the European market. So these are some initial thoughts related with the process with Parliament. I think I got more than 4 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, you have mentioned some of the main points, like all inclusiveness in the process, something that we from the civil society are advocating for, that we need to bring on board everybody who are actually affected by the reforms that we bring, made by civil society or business representatives, academia, who can bring in important inputs that we're going to discuss a little bit later throughout this panel. And also the monitoring of the impact is something where we do see a role of the civil society as crucial, and the representatives of the business sector as well. The true impact assessment on how these reforms actually affect our lives and businesses, the real life data, how to call them. Going further with general comments on the paper provided and advice on going forward and hurdles that are noticed, I will turn to Mr. Jeton Zulfaj, the political advisor of the Office of the Prime Minister in Kosovo. Mr. Zulfaj, please give us your opinion about the proposal.
So, thank you. It is great to be here. I have been working in civil society for like 15 years prior to entering the Office of Prime Minister, so I can see both perspectives. So I will be on Monday on the summit, and it is very important that the Berlin process is not talked only by government officials and government representatives, but also from civil society. Where I'll talk directly then about the comments that I have on the recommendations, but perhaps I wanted to tell you how where are we going with these common regional markets, Berlin process, and EU growth plan and membership, which are all in one way or another affecting the progress of each country in the Western Balkans and the region as a whole. As you know, and we have been very public about it, we have fully supported the Berlin process, and we have not supported any other initiative with regard to regional cooperation besides the Berlin process, and simply because this is a process that started when the DG enlargement was closed by former EU President of the Commission back in 2014, and this is the process that kept the region together. It treats all members equally. All Western Balkan states are part of it, and there are EU values, EU rules and standards, and there are also EU funds. Everything else that has been tried does not have all of these. But for more, from 2020, we have also the common regional market, which is at the center now of the Berlin process. But as you have seen, it is also central to the EU growth plan presented by EU President of the Commission, Madame von der Leyen, on the 4-step plan, which part 1 is deeper economic integration of the region and directly referring to the CRM, and then connection with the single market, of course, with conditionality, which we very much welcome. Similarly, we have proposed in 10th of June 2021 something which we called SEFTA, which had at the center address the problem of decision-making that we have in the region. As you know, the 3 mobility agreements we have signed last year in Berlin, they were a great achievement, a huge leap forward for regional cooperation. And finally, something that citizens can see, not just the photos of the summit, but something concrete. You know, one of the agreement on ID finally was set to remove visas between Bosnia and Kosovo. You know, so something very tangible, which unfortunately is not happening. So that very concrete thing that the Berlin process brought last year, you know, in Bosnia, 2 out of 3 agreements were ratified, leaving the one on the ID out, showing, you know, restraints we have within the region. And at the center of this will be also these joint committees that we have. You know, for every agreement we have a joint committee within. And for every joint committee, there are members where we'll have consensus voting. And you can imagine now how that voting will go between the Western Balkans, wherever we have a dispute, which we can have, because within the European Union, you don't have agreement for everything. And that's why you have EU Commission issuing infringement proceedings, and they send you to the court and all that. So I think this is important as an entrance to know where we're at, because we'll have a new agreement coming up on Monday. But as we make new agreements, we have to be aware that at the center is the decision-making and the structures that Berlin process has to produce. and now also the EU growth plan, which is coming by the EU. Because this is, to my understanding, this is the first time now that EU will see the region not only vis-a-vis their relations with the EU, but also as a region, how we move together. And this is a complementary process that we need to remove barriers within our countries first, and then connect with the single market at the same time. And here I'll go to the recommendations. So getting the single market all at once, it's almost impossible. Not just that we are not prepared, but that is, that's what EU has is 70% of its single market. You don't have common decision-making on common foreign and security policy, for example. That's not a very advanced area of EU, but single market is the most advanced area. And that is what EU has to condition all the aspiring countries. And that's not because we don't want it. It's just that I think that it has to be incremental and conditioned with the rule of law. It should be in the center. Membership towards EU is supposed to be transformational, not transactional. Our countries have to transform prior to joining the EU. It is not a way to buy out and to negotiate with EU as a deal. Acquis will be acquis, and you'll have to take it as it is. But there should not be any approach where countries of the Western Balkans somehow get the benefits of the EU without getting the values of the European Union. That's why this is a process where we have to transform our societies, transform our institutions, and that is a responsibility that lies with the governments of each of the Western Balkan 6 countries, but also with the citizens, because it is citizens who vote governments. So I think that that's what we support, an incremental approach. And I think that is also what the EU growth plan is about. They want deeper economic integration within the region, remove barriers and obstacles. So the more we integrate regionally, the more they will offer access to the single market. And that is a huge benefit because the potential for growth is enormous. And independent studies have shown that, if EU is ready by 2030 to accept us, because they have to be ready first, then we will need at least 10% growth each year, to close the gap that we have in terms of convergence with EU. And that huge development, because EU is a moving target, the standards of living also advanced. And, we are not going to do that if we just continue to block each other and continue to even look backwards. If we set our gaze into 2030, then I think we have to gear up and have more agreements, from one summit to the other with one agreement. That's a long way to go towards deeper economic integration. So I'll leave it at here, but I have an optimistic outlook, but we need to be more demanding also as a civil society and as citizens towards the governments on what are they doing to fulfill these targets. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing up the transformational topic. And this is not, I think that this goes not only for the Western Balkans, it also goes for the EU in this 2030 timeline that we're now talking about, that obviously we will all need to change, and we will see how this will go with the EU, having in mind, I believe that this will be one of the topics for the upcoming elections in the EU next year, but let's see how that will go. You have also brought up one very important statement, which leads us to the next panelist, and this is that, the more we integrate amongst ourselves within the region, the closer we are going to be to the single market. And this is something that the regional cooperation had in its mind when it was putting together all of the Western Balkans economies around the same table on so many priority topics, first under the Southeast Europe 2020 strategy in 2012, and later on throughout the Berlin process under the common under the multi-annual action plan for regional economic area in 17-18, and later on in 2020, the common regional market. This actually represents the essential integration of the region in order to be better prepared for the European Union and for the single market that we're talking about. In this respect, Ms. Castrati, you have been on board also for quite some time in regional cooperation from different perspectives. What is your take on this and on the recommendations that we have put forward?
Thank you very much. Indeed, it is a great pleasure to join this panel, and in particular for a topic which is very close to our hearts in RCC, in particular given the fact that it builds on the regional cooperation. I would like to say that I'd start from the very first precondition of everything we do, and then this is the political commitment. And it is worth highlighting that what the Western Balkan economies are in a way doing is that the governments are between two very ambitious objectives. One is the strategic political one, integrating to EU, and of course that requires very bold reforms, and in many cases requires expedited ones. And on the other hand, the governments has to also be responsible to their citizens. So they have to think always of a people-centric policies and reforms that bring a change to the citizens' life. And having this in mind, I have to say that the whole perspective of the regional cooperation and what the Southeast Europe 2020 strategy, now 2030 strategy, which builds on the strategic development goals, sustainable ones, but common regional market following the four freedoms, in a way tries to bring the whole discussion around the convergence we have with EU and whether we as a region can build towards the main pillars that bring the convergence of the Western Balkans closer to EU. Of course, we still see a very high optimism in the region when it comes to the EU integration. And according to our Balkan Barometer, 59% of the EU, of the Western Balkan citizens consider entering or the membership to EU as a very positive thing for them. But still only 1/3 of the citizens believe that this can happen before 2030. So this means that for all politicians, not only in the Western Balkans, but also in EU, building this trust around the citizens that this is a real thing happening with very tangible results is important. But going back to the governance and to the convergence with EU, I'd like just to quote from a very recent study that OECD did and presented during the economy ministerial meeting in the context of Tirana summit, that the convergence with EU would take from a few decades up to 70 years to the region. And if you just heard what my friend Yeton said, it will bring us to it will take a lot of efforts to increase our GDP and to go closer to the standards that EU has. But how can we do this? And of course, first is through the acquis alignment. And despite this is a moving target, and this is something that all the economies of the region have been very much engaged in making the domestic legislation aligned and compliant with the EU acquis, but this is a moving target. And this is something that the faster EU progress, if we cannot make it with the same speed, then we'll always be with a lag behind. The second is our capacities to absorb whatever is happening in EU, and our capacities to go with the same speed and pace towards the EU integration. And of course, this requires boosting of our human capital and increasing the capacities of not only of the bureaucrats, if you want to call it like that, in the institutions, but also increasing the capacities of people and the societies to converge to EU standards and to the rule of laws and to the main and to the core values of the EU societies. And we can do that. And this is also one of the recommendations that I wanted to flag, is by matching what our institutions in the region do compared to what the EU institution do. And our approach to this within the common regional market, but also to all processes that aim to integrate the region, is through matching or integrating further and exposing the institutions and experts from the region with their respective EU bodies. And there are very good practices and examples that could, in a way, help to extend it further to other institutions, like, for instance, the participation of our economies to the EU, to the body of the European regulators for telecommunications sector, or participation as observers in the Data Protection Board, or interoperability working group. So all these examples show that we can learn from our peers in EU, and the better, the most integrated we are and we participate in their work, the easier would be the work for us in this regard. Making the whole work transparent and inclusive is one of the core principles that we in RCC, but not only, in all regional cooperation initiatives have. And we are extending, and we are trying to extend this, this inclusiveness not only to, as Yeton said, equal treatment among the six of us, but also inclusiveness in terms of civil society, in terms of private sector, in terms of citizens, to the extent we can. But all this is done based on a very structured, and of course it requires a lot of, let's say, consideration from the civil society and other stakeholders to make it sustainable over time and to make it workable in a way that it brings very tangible results and concrete ideas. We have also, let's say, tried, and we are trying to bring the local authorities into the whole agenda, because the whole consultation, despite what we do in capitals, where the citizens are in their cities where they live, and the transparency and consultation and participation should start from there. So we're trying to bring the local authorities also in the loop for the integration, and I think that what the civil society suggests into this consultation and transparency in the overall EU integration processes is a very good recommendation, but I have to say that it needs a bit of a more concrete steps how to do that and how to make it sustainable over time, not to be just one good thinking and good wish in the paper, but something that can be implemented in reality. I hope I didn't take more than the 4 minutes, but for the first round, I think that is all. Thank you.
We all did, but we are all okay with time, since I said the organizers didn't cut our panel. We are still okay. Another important stakeholder in the regional cooperation and in the Berlin process and everything that we are doing to help the region integrate itself internally and anticipantly with the EU, CEFTA. Zdravko, how do you see these recommendations and going forward with them from the point of the free trade agreement, which is actually, I think it was the first agreement in regional cooperation, the first, how would I say, the real politically binding and ratified in Parliament's agreement that we ever had in the region?
Yes. I don't know if it's the first, but it's definitely one of the well-known ones. And this is partly because we were not really, let's say, reinventing the wheel. We just jumped in the wagon that already existed for the candidate countries. So for the idea of CEFTA, actually created then back in the 90s, is while the new candidates are approaching closer to the EU, developing a relationship with the EU, that they should in the same time develop the relationship between themselves, with the idea that once you join, you're not just joining the single market with Germany and France, you're actually joining single market with the other candidates as well, now the members. So that's the logic of CEFTA. And we sometimes we make jokes that makes us a bit suicidal organization, because our idea is that we put all our members in the EU. On the other side, the idea of having this access to single market, or better integration to single market, is in essence in the nature of CEFTA, why it exists. So that's why many people around CEFTA actually awaits this proposal from the Commission on New Growth Plan with anticipation and with hope, with a little bit of cynicism as well, which I felt in other panels here, because it's a kind of an overdue promise. You know, we heard about this phase-in negotiations. Nothing happened actually after that. Practically, I mean, we had the investment, economic and investment plan, where there was one chapter dedicated to accession to the single market. Again, there was nothing really felt, as my colleague panelist from the last panel said, it's like nothing that would pass the business and citizen test. So this one, we really hope that this will change. And that's why my first actually comment would be, we need visible benefits behind that plan. And this benefits should be visible and recognized by the ones who use it. These are businesses in terms of trade businesses, but also by people, by citizens, because we do need as well the commitment on the side of the politics in order to move forward. This is something that we expect, and this is something that we recognize as well in the recommendations that you put there. So visible, tangible, something that we can feel on the ground. The second thing is, of course, that this should be, so this is the question what, and then there is always afterwards a question how. So that's extremely important, because we saw, as I said in the previous episodes of the same discussions, we saw that there was a what, but then they didn't know how to actually put it in practice. And this is extremely important. Part of it is money, I have to admit, because it's not just access. They don't just give us the single market. We're actually opening a two-way highway. And that's why one of the big criteria for accession is to have an economy, to have business community who can actually take up the competition in the EU. So that's why I think that our guys as well need support in order to fight this competition battle on the single market in fair terms. But the second thing is institutional, and there I think that that's something that will ease our job on the part of the regional organizations as well, because many of we in CEFTA, we have number of EU compliant initiatives which we are putting together and implementing. And where we, in discussion with our EU friends, we said, okay, we are interested in having the same thing with you guys. And they told us, but we don't have the institutional means. And I read in some of your recommendations and as well in some of the papers that you were building on that there are very interesting ideas that I hope you shared with them about this wider interpretation of the SAAs and as well setting up new instruments. But this is extremely important. And finally, I want to wrap up this discussion basically by making a reference to my two previous colleagues who said that this is a tool of convergence, and we need a strong boost in order to catch up with the development in the EU. And I remembered while you were talking, actually, I remembered a paper which was a study which was done by the World Bank, which examined what would happen if we deepen CEFTA, for example, to the level of the single market, and they said we can boost the GDP growth by up to 7.6, and this is something we used in our CRM paper. But if we link it with the EU in the single market, this goes from 7% to 15% for basically all parties. So this is how powerful it can be if we use it properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would agree with you that there is an abundance of possibilities. And actually, I want to thank all of the panelists for stressing out business and people, business and citizens, because at the end of the day, it's all about them. And Zdravko, yes, I agree with you with abundance of possibilities of the single market for our region that go beyond the political decisions of this paper, that they actually have real implications for business and life. For an example, We have now a situation of the majority of the region joining the single market program for SMEs, where we are going to have the direct. I think that a couple of weeks ago, when I was checking the last time, it was only Albania left to join, I hope this year, but given that the whole of the region has been joining successively each month or a couple of months, I believe that we will circle the whole region with this single market program for SMEs, where our businesses, especially small and medium size, can have direct support of the EU funds and even the technical support that they need for getting closer to the single market. Also, some of the implications on our citizens in terms of costs of the utilities that we're paying for, then this will be discussed, I think, in one of the other panels that is dedicated to the energy, is possibly having the region having the position in the ETS for the electricity market, which will have the direct implication on the costs of electricity and the cost of life of people in our region. So these are all the things that we do need to take a look, take into consideration when talking about the single market opportunities, possibilities, and how to target the priorities which we want to address first. In this respect, I will turn now to the civil sector representative. Actually, I was hoping a business sector representative, but Nena Đurđević is today with us as a representative of the Regional Center for Strategic and Political Initiatives from Belgrade, who have also drafted a study recently on the possibilities and means of joining getting close to the single market. So Nena, please give us your take on this whole work that we have presented and on what you think would be the good ways of going forward.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the audience, patience to listen to us, and thanks for being invited here. Yes, although I'm representing the center here, I currently don't have an amnesia, so also I know what I'm also doing as advisor to the president of the Chamber of Commerce. So I mean, still, there is this kind of knowledge and experience from business sector. So I used and I'm using this opportunity in my life to combine those two. And in this panel, in all the panels, I think that all those that I listened this morning, there is definitely this kind of a feeling and the need to have a new approach of the EU integration. And that's something which everybody agrees. I don't know if you agree how to do that, what is the method, but well, we are here to discuss that. I was thinking that particular emphasis should be made to the redefining the regional integration and within the broader context of the EU. The proposal presented by our colleagues who emphasize the integration of the EU single market as a very logical and practical step, but it's a step towards EU integration. And we have to, I think, not forget that that means it's a pathway, not an end by itself. And single market access is a pathway to, hopefully, EU integration and to stabilization of the whole this region. So this is a tool, not just an end by itself. I'm sure that if I would speak that to my colleagues from the chamber, they would hear the first thing, and the second part of my sentence they will forget. But the recent events in Banjska in Kosovo with this violent and hideous criminal attack that happened, and with the life of policemen lost and 3 other people killed, culprits killed, shaken the region. Not only, it didn't shaken only Serbia and Kosovo, but it shaken also I think the whole region and the structure. And again, emphasizing that this, how to say, the security component and political component is very important also for our EU integration. I have to also say that, I mean, economy and politics go hand in hand. We also would like in the chamber something saying its economy is important, but yes, you have also political measures that hinder it. I have to also, just to remind about the ban of import of the Serbian goods from in Kosovo, that very much also influenced Kosovo companies who are relying on half-made products or things that they are putting in their own final products to sell on the market. What I think it's important to notice, and that's what I said, is that actually the EU integration and regional cooperation should be two parallel efforts that go hand in hand, side by side, not two separate efforts. And now we are seeing completely separate efforts. Each country, current framework is like that, each country negotiates its own path to the EU with SA agreements signed, conditionality on the list, and this stabilization agreement process is completely separate from regional integration. So you have one process where country, by negotiating, also are taking the acquis communautaire within their own system and hopefully voting for it and implementing it. And then at the same time, they are, at the regional level, they are implementing this same framework to the regional institutions, namely in this trade area, CEFTA. And I will be more maybe open and blunt with you because I don't think that all of you are really aware how this system functions. Because those two processes are not synchronized. We all know that in past 3 years, CEFTA on a political level is completely blocked. So, and there is no decision in past 3 years that has been voted at the ministerial level of CEFTA. Technical committees prepared many decisions, the ALCO knows it very well, but for 3 years, none. In these 3 years, EU made a lot of decisions, new ones that we are, who knows when we're going to tackle that in this matter. And even if we, for instance, will have understanding of the system, they will understand that something is rotten in Denmark. Even if the system is unblocked and the decisions are passed, each of these decisions have a transitional period of 3 years to be implemented. So tomorrow, if we vote, we have from 2 to 3 years the transitional period for most of them, putting us in a bit of a situation where we are really lagging behind of the very initial idea to implement the EU standards and practices in the Western Balkans. Thirdly, each decision has to pass on the 4 layers of decision-making. 4 layers. Each layer of decision-making asks unanimous decision before the adoption. It's a consensus. First level is expert group, second subcommittee, third 2 committees, trade facilitation and committee of points for trade facilitation, and finally ministerial level. So 4 levels of consensus. This is what currently the framework looks like. And I completely agree, and what Zdravko said at the beginning, that was meant when it was created 2007 in a completely different circumstances, political in the region and between the region and the EU. But it was thought this is a temporary mechanism that's going to prepare the countries to actually go to the EU membership through also single market. But and the institutions were like designed at that level. But it showed up that after how many years, the same structure cannot unfortunately hold the political realities of that we live in. And I completely agree with Mr. Yetchen Zulfay. I think that he also pinpointed more or less the picture that I described. It's actually the consensus voting to join committee and all this. These hurdles. I also read their in 2021 proposal for Southeast European Free Trade Agreement to, I'd say, come after CEFTA. Unfortunately, it was not enough, I think, presented in the region, especially not in Serbia, because I think it's something which really diagnosed the very problem that we are facing in. So for the first, first intervention, I would say that we need new overall approach to tackle the structural deficiencies of the decision-making, methodological one that separated currently EU integration from the regional integration, and to actually find a way how to enable seamless access to the single market. And then in the second intervention, I will feel free to share with you some ideas how that can be achieved. Thank you.
Very much, and actually, you added a little bit of a challenge here for the regional cooperation and regional integration topic, which I will come back to later on. Right now, I wanted to ask our panelists from the academia sector. What is your opinion on the proposals put forward, and how do you see the role of the academia in contributing to the overall process? Especially in this all inclusiveness that we have mentioned several times during the panel.
I will even add to that inclusiveness now, because some of the actors were mentioned and some were not mentioned because the focus was not on them. We've heard so many aspects and all of them are very important, and still not all the aspects have been covered, as this is the most complex area within the EU agenda. So complexity of the internal market is enormous, and we have 4 freedoms. So it's goods, services, capital, and labor. Here in this policy paper, the focus is more or less on the trade. And it should be like that, because here in this area, we have some experience and we have some progress. But then we don't have only 2 actors, like business and public institutions. We have also EU institutions on the other side. And also we have 2 layers of relations between EU and member states. So we have EU with member states, bilateral, and we have regional cooperation. So that adds to the complexity. And how to move forward? Within these recommendations that are provided, they're general, but yet specific, because they require for an action plan. And in order to get results, not to have just another political developments with regards to the accession to the single market, what is necessary is to make this action plan specific in the areas where progress is really possible in, I would say, a period of 3 to 5 years in order to measure progress. Because there are millions of documents made by the European Commission, either that reflect bilaterally to the countries or reflect the regional cooperation, and still we know that the implementation is really not strong. So the recommendations are really good in terms of that twinning projects and actual cooperation between the institutions of the side of the EU member states and of the side of the Western Balkans is needed. Then how to make these links between European, bilateral, and regional cooperation to function well. That is something that also needs to be responded. And here, again, I would go to the practical aspects of how actually to speed up the integration of the countries to the European Union. Each of the countries, with their stabilization and association agreements, they actually have, in a way, have a guidance what to do in what area of a single market. And the implementation of these stabilization and association agreements is really on a different level and speed for each of the countries. So that has to be checked. And another important thing needs to be checked. When we speak about the EU integration, we usually speak about the requests that the EU has towards or from the countries of the Western Balkans. And what about the obligations of the European Union? Because in the stabilization and association agreement, there are also obligations from the other side. In a recent study that we have done with regards to implementation of this agreement of North Macedonia, we came out to the conclusion that we don't have data about reciprocity, how these obligations have been fulfilled by the European Union. So this is, I believe, the field where the civil society, as well as academia, could raise sometimes just to be even on their sides more aware that there are areas where we could really progress faster. The other thing that is related to these recommendations is the feasibility of the recommendations and how actually they could be implemented. They're related with lots of resources. And that's why selection of a very specific areas where we could have progress as countries in a relatively reasonable period of time is important. And also it's important for the countries among themselves to understand that they need also to merge their efforts in establishing of so-called regional institutions, but not institutions of a political nature like we have them now, but institutions that would actually support the flow of goods, like regional laboratories, accreditation bodies, and so on. Because when you talk to the private sector, they would say our biggest problem when we enter the EU market are standards and they cost a lot. On the other hand, there are always new demands from the European Commission, which are not because they want to put new demands on us. It's because of the developments on the world stage. The newest one is related to carbon border adjustment mechanism, which will cost a lot. The countries will have to pay a lot in order to make themselves according to the requirements that will be valid in several years. So all this really requires a very gradual approach towards accession to the EU single market. We should not rush to the market, I would say, because it's impossible to rush. But we should go in our speed in order to get there. And if you look at the trade data, and it's mentioned in this paper, that 2/3 of the trade of the region is actually with the European Union. Apparently, the business was aware of the possibilities, and with the framework that the national states provided, they actually did the best they could. So now the idea is actually to turn the politics of accession in order to serve the business, but also the business should be heard as well. And here we come to the actor, or to the side where I come from, that's the academia. It hasn't been used as much as it should be in this EU integration process, and there are lots of possibilities to do that. The first one that comes to my mind reading these recommendations is actually related to making deeper studies related to these recommendations where more specific demands will go to the European Union. So I believe this is the very first step and a very good one. And really congratulations to all the participants that created the recommendations in all the panels. I've seen the materials in order to say that we as region have a common attitudes and we have common demands. But in order to have good results next year to report, actually we also need support of all the resources available, and many of them work at academia. So this cooperation needs to be strengthened, maybe also through establishment of academic network that would support the EU integration process. And there are also other mechanisms, but definitely the links between all the actors must be deepened. Another thing that I would mention is, and it's in the recommendations, it's actually a link of the overall process of the accession to the EU single market with the economic reform programs. The economic reform programs have been designed to help the Western Balkan countries to select the reforms they need in order to have more functional economies, market economies, and in order to move forward towards this common market. Now, so far, these economic programs unfortunately, were not very visible in any of the countries of the region. The documents are very good, but their implementations go somehow aside of all the government documents that are going. So these two processes must be linked, and also the reforms must be there, and horizontal coordination. I'm talking this about all the Western Balkan countries, as I have done studies on that, is needed. It's everywhere. The governments are making strategies. They are making many documents that are somehow isolated. And on top of that, there is no link with the available resources. Tomorrow there will be a panel about the use of funds and resources, but you have to connect all the dots in order to have the result. So this is a really first good step. And this forum, I have participated on the other three, I think, previous ones. It's a very good step in order to provide very specific recommendations. And I see that as several times it was used in a previous panel, the term momentum, as a momentum for the civil society to join also with the academia and to raise the voice in order to provide input that we could do it. This event actually shows that if we think together, we could provide better recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for raising the note about the economic reform program, where one of the recommendations is actually to align the European semester with the ERP cycle, which would be very important to do. And we also, yes, the participation of academia is very important. In this, what we like to call the quadruple helix now. It's the institutions, it's the civil society, it's the business, and it's the academia. It's not triple helix anymore, it's the quadruple helix. I would like to note that actually the majority of the second round questions which I have intended for this discussion have been all covered in the first part, which leaves us some time for the Q&A session from the floor. And here I will invite the audience to raise any questions or any additional inputs to the study presented if you have so. Well, yes, please. If you can just please kindly introduce yourself and where are you coming from?
Ardian Hashke, Cooperation Development Institute. During your study, have you had contacts or interviews with representatives from DG Grow?
The paper is a synthesis of the discussions that the working group had, so not really much research has been done. This was the discussion that we had during June on 3 different thematic discussions where we have heard some inputs from studies, particularly from representatives from academia, from business sector, and from civil society presenting their findings and positions. It is indeed important to continue this work. Having the floor, I would probably reflect on what we have heard till now. Indeed, this is the groundwork because this is the first time we're discussing this topic, and we felt that it's good to get a step back rather than entering the particularities, given the short time that we had and resources to work on every single aspect that should be part of a more deeper, well-elaborated action plan, but to discuss what is the direction that we want to take when we're discussing access to the EU single market or economic development more broadly. So that's why 3 different areas were covered. It's good that we hear that most of the ideas resonate well with representatives from our countries and from the institutions that work on regional cooperation and economic integration. And we are aware that we have to continue on this topic. Thank you.
Any overlapping with the open Balkans? CRM with the open Balkans, have you seen any contradiction?
Is there anybody of the panelists who would like to answer this question, even though we have some comments already that this would take a second panel to discuss? Let me just give you also my reflection. This paper is actually the voice of the civil society and the representatives of the civil society in terms of which areas we need to address. And I'm personally very happy that we have the representatives of the institutions today and also the main stakeholders in the regional cooperation, which, as we have said before, is one of the essential ingredients for the future integration with the EU. And it kind of gives me the optimism that that these messages will be heard by other decision makers as well in the coming days. And that it will actually pave the way for us in the work going forward, in more detailed work, in prioritizing the exact sectoral priorities, policy priorities, and so on that we would need to address together as the region in accessing the single market. Are there any other questions from the, yes, please.
I just wanted to share a couple of comments on the process. Simonida Kaczarska, European Policy Institute. I've worked closely with Stefan on the organization of this group. Going back to Ardian's question, I think at this point the directors in Brussels were more seen as the recipients of the recommendations. So I think it was the point was to digest internally in the region with all of these stakeholders. And really thank you also on behalf of EPI for being here, but we also, while we are talking about the process, we also had expert support from 3 specific input papers, and we should recognize them. So one was Professor Slovana Mojsovska, Vlatko Veterovski, who helped us a lot from the Macedonian Customs, because we tried also to get all of the, as much as we could, institutions that are engaged with this, and this might get me to a comment on the Open Balkans. And also Matteo Bonomi, with whom we actually tomorrow on the panel of the funds address the other element of actually how do we support all of this, these discussions with the discussion on actually accessing more funds just for the process for everyone, because we are very clear on what we did, but this is also kind of a selling point for our panel tomorrow. Thanks. That was it to myself.
Can I also maybe add something?
I'm sorry, microphone. This is being recorded. Let me just check if there are you reflecting on the question, Leonard? I'm sorry.
Well, maybe there's also more food for thought, and maybe there'll be some more questions. But if you think
yes, we have. Let's ask the audience if the audience has more questions.
I do have a question while I have the mic, if I can point out to one point that was mentioned by Mr. Ilic. In the back of our mind, when we were doing this, it was exactly that link that you made with the 7% GDP rise, if we're talking about the region, and going up to 15 if it's the EU. So if there's any actually ways in which we think that we can strengthen this discussion or convey this more clearly sometimes, because we feel that in many cases the discussions on the common regional market feel, as much as this is the goal, we really feel that we need to repeat this. So if there's any way from going back to the experiences maybe of the other countries that have left now your group, that are the member states. So if you feel that there are any specific examples we could use or rely on, that's why we're bringing tomorrow speakers so that work primarily in Bulgaria and Romania, it would be very, very valuable to us.
Maybe I will also misuse a little bit just to address also some comments that Nenad made on this slot, but I will be quick. This is exactly what we are doing. So this is, we are investing in what we have with our tools. If you go, for example, now to CEFTA's social media, for example, you'll find today, I think it's Montenegro this weekend, we are showing how much, for example, Montenegro benefited from what has already been done. And in our discussions with the businesses, for example, with the Chamber Investment Forum and the others as well. This is it. But the truth is, and I really believe that that the results speak better than any PR campaign. And in that sense, I have to underline what Nenad said about this blockade being gone over will be, as I said, the best campaign ever. But on the other side, I wish really to underline some of the things that when we are talking about what can we repair about ourselves, how can we become better, that we have a clear idea what the problem is. Because I don't think that the problems are represented well in what you said. Then, so we have a decisions which will, if adopted tomorrow, the businesses will have immediate impact. So this is, for example, recognition of authorized economic operators. I see some colleagues here who helped us doing that. So tomorrow, so no 2 years. There are some decisions which are complicated because they are based on, for example, 10, 15 directives of the EU. We see some others, for example, some other initiatives who did not want to go, for example, EU compliant way, let's do it quick and easy. But we have our mandate, this is the EU way, which sometimes requires time, but then this is the quality benefits. And on the other, and finally, I've never seen working more than 4 years in CEFTA that any decision was stuck. It's true. Stuck with it. Yes, stuck between the subcommittees or committees. So it's like at the end, if the political problems are resolved, I think that we have everything up and running.
Thank you, Zdravko. Actually, is there, because I wanted to go to closing remarks, is there a question? Yeah. Yes, very.
Thank you. Just quick 2 questions. Any ideas in which areas we could ask for early access to the single market, which we currently don't have? And the second one, we heard in Brussels a lot of discussion that there is a lack of legal grounds to grant earlier access to the single market for the Western Balkans. Would you say that what are your thoughts on that? Would you say this is like a justified concern? Thank you.
I will actually pass this question to Vera, along with the other question, actually with the challenge that was posed during the panel. There was, Nenad mentioned that the regional cooperation and regional integration are not going in a parallel direction at the moment. And this is something that I would like to see your take on this, and based on the fact that the RCC is actually for years now in various policy areas and priority areas of regional cooperation, which are directly linked with the access to the single market. Which would be actually the first priorities, as Maria asked?
Well, thank you, Dragana, for this. Indeed, I want to first comment on how these 2 processes go hand in hand, and these are not going into different directions and are not fragmented in a way that each of the economists is seeing the path of EU integration in a very individual manner. But what we see is that through the regional cooperation and regional agendas, and given we started in 2020 putting the 4 freedoms and EU standards and practices in the core of everything the regional cooperation does, in a way we help all the economies of the region through the regional cooperation to come closer to the EU standards by a peer-to-peer learning experience sharing. And let me just give you an example. Roaming is the best one to say for this. What we started with the roaming first was we integrated among us, and we have a roaming free zone now in the Western Balkans that we pay as being home. And the immediate next step was to integrate further to the EU benefits when it comes to roaming. And now we have from the 1st of October that our citizens and the EU citizens are benefiting from much lower data roaming charges when it comes to the telecommunication. And this is a very specific and concrete example which shows how the regional cooperation can bring us into EU, and how this phasing in, although it is, one may say that it's still very theoretical how it works, it is an example that shows how the regional cooperation can bring us closer to EU. And in terms of priorities, just to quickly respond to the question, we see in RCC also following all the discussions in the region, at least for us, there are 3 main dimensions which needs to be addressed. First, is the trading integration, which of course is not entirely on the RCC, but is jointly with partners in this regard with CEFTA and TCT Secretariat, having a very clear picture on how we integrate in the investment financial market, but also bringing the region into a completely different perspective when it comes to the trade integration. Second is the digital and green transition. And this in particular, it was mentioned here, let's say the challenges of CBAM and the carbon pricing, and in particular the cost that this will have for the businesses as of 2026. And this is not just the energy, although it is perceived as an energy related challenge, but indeed is not. It is broader than that, and it covers other sectors, and it requires a very inclusive discussion and structured one that would address investment in the sector. Just having in mind, for instance, that our economies are 60 to 95% coal dominant in producing electricity generation. So for us, the investment in the sector would be a challenge, for which, of course, the discussion of the EU financing into the whole discussion are of great importance, and the digital transformation, which in particular goes to the digital connectivity and the funds and the investment needed to bring the region closer, integrated among themselves, but to the region. Just to give you a figure that currently what we have in the region in terms of connectivity, we have currently only 48% of the households connected with are covered with high-speed connectivity, while the average in EU is 70. So you can just see how much investment are needed in this regard. And the third, which is also, let's say, transformative in itself, is the human capital development with a great focus on research and innovation. Just to give you an example, the expenditure on research and innovation are only 0.5 or 0.4% of the GDP in the Western Balkans, while in EU are 2.3. And then, despite having a lot of good experiences with the agreement, mobility agreement that we had, extension of these agreements or the approach taken for the mobility of professionals within the region should be extended further to the mobility of professionals in EU through the recognition of professional qualifications, through the access to study for higher education, and all this in a very, let's say, gradual manner for sure, but while having in mind the standards that we are using and in a way copy-pasting whatever is applied in EU. I guess that through the regional processes, and this goes to what Nenad was mentioning, through the regional processes, you go into a more structured integration to EU through standards, practices, and a key alignment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vera. And now, actually, we are coming to the closure of, we have...
Maybe I can ask a question if I cannot comment.
No.
Or I shouldn't be at the panel.
Well, we don't have the time.
For a question? Sorry.
We're closing actually now because another one starts in. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the instruction that I have to announce the next panel at 5 o'clock, which starts, which is actually the panel called "The Process That Delivers," and we have like basically 1 minute left of this one for a closing statement that I will actually give an opportunity to each panelist just to give us like a very short in 1 or 2 sentences closing statement to our paper, and in that way we will sum up the whole discussion. So I will start with our first panelist.
One all of us all together, or
one each. One each. I can extend it for 1 minute.
The moderator can sum up.
A lot of food for thought here. Just 2 quick comments on all-inclusiveness. We have opened the National Council for European Integration for the civil society to be part in the monitoring and the control of reporting of the government. And frankly speaking, going to the second challenge, we have a problem of capacities. We have a lot of civil society organized, engaged in cluster 1, and very few cluster 2, 3, and so on. And this brings me to the second issue, which is institutional capacity, linked with the work of all of us to be on the same lines with not only Berlin process, but also the European integration process. And the last one, I can dwell for more than an hour on the differences between the Berlin process and the Open Balkan, but not to be political here. I hope that the message that is going to be given on Monday and afterwards is that the region does not need any more competitive processes and initiatives that are not mature, that engage energies and resources, and at the end of the day are stopped. So for all of us, it's important, the political will from the Commission, but also from the member countries, to focus on processes with tangible results. And in this regard, having in center the citizens, it's a very good outcome coming from the Berlin process summit on Monday.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zulfay, your final thought. Very short, please.
Yes, well, I agree with recommendation on more transparency for the process. That I think would lead us to more questions for the next year on what we're doing. But I'd say that if we focus all our energy into working together, and with the mindset that we all belong within the European Union, then I think we'd have less problems and would channel or work towards removing the barriers. And that requires political will and a different strategic orientation, which I don't think is shared among the six. Yes, some have this strategic vision and believe strongly in the European Union, but not all. And that, I think, is interfering with the flow of everything that we're doing. And I think that is something to look at. And the other, I agree with the CEFTA problems, but they just explain how difficult it is, this decision-making process and the lack of structures. So I think within the Berlin process, we can finally address the decision-making that is impeding the speed on how fast we move towards deeper integration. So I think that is something that we should work more seriously for the next summit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vera and Zdravko. From the regional perspective, your closing statements, please.
I'll be very short, and I'll say that what we need in this whole process is to have accountable processes and let's say the whole togetherness and working together while learning from our weaknesses and strengths, because what makes us stronger in achieving results, of course, is much better than what makes us weaker. So we have to see what makes us stronger than what makes us weaker. And for sure, having a region a whole, of course, it's much better than having each part of it working independently and individually. So I would close by saying that only if we join forces and see the processes as contributing one to the other, we can make the real change. So that's my closing sentence.
2 points just from my side. I think one is that we need to keep all the time at our horizon people and businesses. This is not just a political thing that needs to create some virtual space. It needs to create concrete results, concrete people. But on the other side, it depends on politics. That's why we have Berlin process. That's why the leaders are meeting on Monday. This is somehow what is European Council for the European Union. We looked at our leaders and the leaders in the EU, which meet on Monday to give us. And in this context, we have to reinvent ourselves. We have to make ourselves better all the time.
I will just start by not agreeing more than what Mr. Zulfay said. Political advisor to Prime Minister Kurti, decision-making process need to be reorganized. We have to find agreement how. We have some ideas, and I think what are the ideas? We need to actually have a political, high-level decision-making body at the regional level. I call it high-level political steering committee, comprised by the prime ministers, at the highest level, who are deciding and steering the process of regional integration. In addition, in this body, there should be an EU commissioner sitting together with them as a link to the EU integration. This body is deciding about policies of the regional integration, of the EU integration, and of the single market access. When they decide how to do that and what are the sectors, because we asked about the sectors, nobody mentioned which sectors, because each country, the Western Balkans, has a different interest for a sector. And we should understand that. I mean, what is the priority? Automotive is a priority for Albania. And tourism it is, for instance, and I don't know, vice versa with Serbia. So the second level, a regional technical committee, a cooperation committee, comprised of the technical level people who are tasked to implement decision of the highest level. Together in the technical committee sits the person from the EU Commission, who is following that this alignment goes with the acquis communautaire. That EU doesn't have only the monitoring position now that they have on CEFTA, but they also have a bigger role, which is they are deciding if there is a dispute among the parties, that person is deciding what is the side who is rightful. So they have a inside activity within the structure. And this is something which is a new impetus for the region. This is something which is new
Nenad, I'm sorry,
for the Berlin process. If you don't have that one, good luck with all the summits of the world and next year in Berlin to have the old system
Nenad,
with the new ideas.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but you have to end, and I think you're referring actually to the prime ministerial platform of the Berlin process and the technical working groups of the CEFTA and the RCC.
No, I'm not.
Which hold what you have, but that's maybe for another panel. Silvana, just not to leave you out in one sentence, just the closing statements and we finish the panel.
I will finish with, we need to be pragmatic, and apparently all the debates needs to come out with very specific recommendations which are implementable. These debates are very useful, but always finding what is really necessary and making priorities is something that I have a feeling we lack. Very often we want to reach all the issues, but we have to start from somewhere. So towards to be pragmatic and to prioritize things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we've heard a lot of, thank you for bearing with us the whole panel. We've actually used the whole time. And we've heard a lot of good recommendations, reiterating all of us the role of the civil society and the business in all of this. And I really hope that our recommendations that are put forward are going to reach the decision makers and open the way for further work on these important topics that we have discussed. Just one final element that I would like to add on as a cherry on the top of the whole thing is the communication. The communication between all of the stakeholders on the, especially towards the citizens and towards the business on the benefits of the whole process and what it means to them and what is the role for all of them. Thank you all, and thank you for your inputs, and we're looking forward to working on this further.
We are starting in 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. This is the last panel for the day, and that's why we are going to be the most efficient one. So whereas all the others were hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half, we have 57 minutes to finish the panel. So all the panelists are being warned, so they will be short and concise and precise on the question that we are going to ask. So my name is Zoran Nechev. I'm heading the EU department and the Institute for Democracy in Skopje. We have a gender balance panel. I don't know if the other panels took note of that. So there are 4 female and 3 male, which is great, something to be noted. The panel is about Berlin process, the process that should be so how to enhance the Berlin process through accountability mechanisms. That's the name of the panel, and that's the discussion that we are going to have today. So we have 6 panelists. We have Arber Ademi, chairperson of the European Affairs Committee in the Macedonian Parliament. We have Alexandra Tomanic, executive director from the European Fund for the Balkan. Next to me is Adelheid Felicia. Okay, close enough, huh? Okay. Director of programs for Europe at Deutsche Welle. Victoria Palm. I will read only that one, the second one. So deputy director at Südeuropa Gesellschaft. Faitona Medini, director of the Southeastern Europe Observatory at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, and Geron Kamberi, independent expert hired by OSF to move things a little bit on the accountability mechanisms. So we will start with Arber. Arber, yesterday there was a conference of the EU committees from the Western Balkan parliaments. It is notable that there is an increased participation of the parliaments into the Berlin process. As I remember, and I have been for a couple of years engaged in this Berlin process, it's for the first time that we have MPs. So you now on this panel and Yorida on the previous one, we have MPs which are participating in the discussion on the think tank forum. So can you give us a little bit more insights on the declaration that you have adopted and how do you think that the parliaments can really engage and make the process, the Berlin process, more accountable?
First of all, thank you for having me here today, and I want to thank to organizers for organizing those kind of debates, and of course many thanks and to Albanian hosts for their dedicated leadership in chairing this year's Berlin process. It's not a recognition only for Albania; it's a recognition for the entire region. Because in that way we are showing our region's commitment to this process and of course the ownership that we have developed over the years. I extend my gratitude and also to our German and EU partners for their commitment in this process and for engaging all countries, including North Macedonia, Albania, and the others in the Berlin process and in the regional cooperation for their unwavering support to this process. Speaking frankly, this process now and this platform is a cornerstone for regional cooperation, and with a very significant political and economic weight. It's not only a forum, just a forum, but it's, let's say, catalyst for a regional collaboration and a pathway for achieving our strategic goal, that is fully European integration process. Yes, yesterday we were here in Tirana in a conference of chairs of committees for European affairs. We adopt a declaration unanimously with a consent, and of course that we are interested as parliaments to see more parliamentary dimension in the Berlin process. So the parliamentary dimension is recognized on summit on Poznan, but it's not enough yet integrated, to be honest, in the Berlin process. Not only for setting an agenda, but also and for implementation of what is agreed. And North Macedonia fully support the Berlin process, fully support the initiatives within Berlin process, and fully support the implementation, what was agreed or what will be agreed within Berlin process. However, the intention of adopting of yesterday's declaration is to involve parliaments more actively in this process. So in this way, parliaments and the MPs as representatives of people will be duly informed about the policies, about the agreements, and in the last instance in the parliament, we should ratify the agreements. However, today we are gathered under the theme enhancing the Berlin process through accountability mechanisms. Accountability is a cornerstone of any successful endeavor, and for that should be in the center of the Berlin process. Last year, just to mention, we marked a significant milestone by achieving and signing 3 mobility agreements. As depository, North Macedonia takes pride of being their custodian and emphasize the importance of their implementation, taking into account the practical benefits what they bring to our citizens. We are encouraged by preparation for an additional agreement, ideally ready for the Leaders Summit on October 16. And But let's delve into the core of today's discussions, accountability. And in the context of the Berlin process, accountability means not only setting ambitious goals, but of course, in the meantime, it means holding ourselves accountable to meet those goals. It means ensuring that our commitments are not only empty promises, but concrete actions. Accountability should be on the heart of our efforts. We must establish clear benchmarks and monitoring process to follow, let's say, the progress in different areas such as rule of law, democracy, economic reforms, regional cooperation, and so on. These mechanisms should be transparent, independent, and impartial. Furthermore, accountability extends beyond government to civil society, think tank, and public. These stakeholders play a crucial role in holding us accountable. And their scrutiny and engagements help us to hold us in a right course and to ensure that the benefits of the Berlin process are reached to all citizens.
One question here. Yeah. In discussion with your colleagues, based on your assessment, is there now, at this moment in time, sufficient capacities in the parliaments or for all 6 countries to follow the process, or we need to build them in the years to come?
Every time is very current and actual question if we have administrative capacities or not to follow any process, including a Berlin process, but taking into account that Berlin process, it's complementary with the EU accession process, EU integration process. I will say that we have capacities as parliaments in the region, and of course, to have a success in any process like this one, we should have a political will. And what I am seeing in conferences and meetings with my colleagues from the region, all countries are involved and interested to have a, let's say, success. And for that parliamentary dimension, it's a necessity. It's not an option. It's necessity to make sure that our commitments will be translated in concrete actions and to ensure that we are on the path to achieve our goal, full European integration.
Okay, thank you very much, Albert.
Thank you.
Moving to Victoria. You were one of the organizers last year or 2 years ago in organizing the Berlin process. How, because in the entire oversight, role can be played by the parliaments, but also by the civil society and the think tanks. How we can merge, the roles of the two, let's say, sectors and work together in order to hold accountable the governments on all the commitments they undertook in the Berlin process. Short and punch.
Yeah, I will be. Thanks a lot. And actually, when I got the invitation for this panel, I thought this is a really great continuation of the discussion that we also had 1 and 2 years ago at the Berlin process, when there was more of an uncertainty of how it would actually go on or whether it would go on. And back then, the discussion was actually more about what should it be? What should it achieve? What should the format of the Berlin process be? Should it be more of just a consultative process, like an open format that brings leaders together and bring them in one direction? Or should it actually be a process that delivers? I mean, that's the name of the panel now. And apparently this question with time has answered itself. So everybody expects it to be a process that delivers, because more and more commitments have been undertaken, declarations have been signed. So now people expect implementation
of it. And I think it's a good idea that, or a good process development, and now also the parliamentary dimension is more prominent, because implementation, sure, you have to sign something, but then parliaments have to ratify. And this is very important. And implementation, I mean, we all agree, I guess, is badly needed. And I mean, everybody wants implementation, right? Citizens, they will benefit the most actually of implementation of the agreements. Civil society, businesses, the EU, of course, political leaders of the region, in theory, they should also have an interest in implementation. I mean, they signed, right? And some sort of a monitoring mechanism, accountability mechanism, would at least make this lip service impossible, right? Or traceable or visible to everyone. But I think for some sort of successful realization of such monitoring, we need to pay attention to two dimensions. Like first is the official or political dimension. And I think this is also where then parliaments play a role. But also the structure actually within the Berlin process and the summits. I think there would be needed some official procedures to actually endorse results of some sort of monitoring exercise, to endorse it within the process in advance of the summits, to actually be able to see, okay, what has happened, which was evaluated by some sort of objective group of experts, whatever you wanna call it. And then there's, I mean, so in addition to this official or political level, where this monitoring is being endorsed or is being accepted, received actively, there's a need for the public level, actually. So the broader publics also need to be informed about the level of implementation. And what is key here, I think, is that the results of the monitoring must be tailored to the different audiences. So, okay, we can have a technical report for the EU member states and for governments, but we need, easier message somehow for the broader publics, because the broader publics will be then those who actually bring the pressure from below to the governments for implementation. But for that, they need to understand what has been signed, what has been committed to, and what it means for them themselves. And I think in this endeavor also the media plays a big role, and which is good that we have Adelheid here. And of course, parliaments, I mean, they should be in a democracy, they should be the link, right, between, I mean, in a representative democracy, the link between citizens and policies. We need an accountability mechanism, and we need parliaments as well, and media.
Sufficient, thank you. Alexandra, we as a civil society have produced gazillion of recommendations. Just for this summit, if you walk around, you will see a lot of, recommendations. And I think they produced 3 for each. I've been on the new website, the one that OSF took it, well, you gave it to OSF. And it's quite interesting that well, there are a lot of things there. I started going from Berlin Process 2014 with all the topics and all the recommendation. And, at some point around 2020, I gave up, like it was too much. So we are producing all these papers, we are producing all these recommendations. How much do we know that the policymakers have taken this recommendation and implement them, or just taking them in consideration when they, develop policies?
Oof. Well, I think that it's very interesting that when we look from where we all come from, and to speak in the words of the European Commission, we see state capture across the region. So on a national level, we see that public consultations are not going very well. We see even that amendments in parliament are being ignored. But then we somehow have the hope and expectation that on the regional level, they will take everything on board that's produced. I think that's a bit naive. Because when even in national setups where there is clear processes, where we have a constitution and laws and so on, and this is not happening, was the expectation then that the foreign countries in the Berlin process will take care that on the regional level this will be implemented or not? So I think we have to really zoom out a bit and see where we started from and where we are actually going. mean, the Berlin process was invented when enlargement was, we had this clear miscommunication from the European Commission, and it was damage control, I would say. We heard today in one of the previous panels that enlargement is back in the momentum, and I think that we have to ask ourselves, are we using that momentum, or are we building structures about something that was never meant to be permanent and to have structures? We have a process with accountability, with monitoring. That's the enlargement process, right? With chapters, clusters, however you want to call it, with benchmarks, with all institutions involved, with clear mechanisms, and even that is not working. So are we somehow shifting then our own capacities? I mean, overall, we are here spending our weekend together. Or should we really like go the step back? And you said you looked at the homepage. I also looked at the homepage, especially in the context that we are again seeing violence in our region, that we are again counting casualties, that we have to take the fear of new wars in certain countries seriously, and that leaders signed in 2015 back in Vienna a declaration on bilateral disputes. So even their own signature is nothing, is worth nothing basically, because they're not delivering to what they have signed. And then when you look at the topics, there used to be reconciliation, and reality proves us right that that topic maybe should have not been skipped so easily. And there also, let us remind, there was a topic called rule of law and democratization. Also disappeared, rightly so? I'm not sure. So all in all, okay, and don't get me wrong, I think it's better to have a process than not to have it. But I think that expectation management of all of us has to be very clear. Civil society is investing a lot of money, of resources, of knowledge, of time. And I don't think, or I don't see that governments are investing the same on the other side. And so what we have seen, our panel is called a process that delivers without a question mark. But is it really delivering? How come we have a year later, after the free mobility agreement, still visa obligation between Kosovo and Bosnia? How come that we heard it in the previous panels, the example of the energy community, which is a contractual thing. So it's not even soft and declarative. It's a contractual thing. It's not working. We also heard in one of the previous panel that none of the recommendations that was set up last year in the energy group has been taken up whatsoever. And I was always very ironic that what we have is the family picture. Well, actually, even their reality proved me wrong, because this year after the foreign ministers meeting, we didn't even got the family picture. So where are we coming from? Where are we going? And what are we actually doing is, I think, the questions we have to ask ourselves.
Okay, so thanks for that. Faitona, you know how the conversation goes. The most difficult question will be to you. Having in mind this, specific character line of Alexandra of being the pessimist, my question to you is, all of this worth it? What we are actually doing, producing all these papers, recommendations, giving, if, the political leaders are not actually willing to listen to us, or, not only us, obviously they're signing documents and they're not respecting their own signature. So all of this is, a lot of money has been invested. We're investing our own time and energy into it. Is it all worth it?
Good question, and not such an easy one. But Zoran, allow me first, to start by saying that without any doubt, the Berlin process is very significant and vital right now for the Western Balkans. And nearly 10 years since its interception, it's 9 years this year, so it's really long time. So these initiatives that has in its core the promotion of regional cooperation and the EU integration of the Western Balkans remain important, and in my view, for two main points. So first, because it is already proven that these initiatives is very difficult to be replaced. So during these years, we all have understood like how important this process is. And most importantly, we also have understood like how other initiatives, like let's say, for example, Open Balkans, unfortunately have failed to generate the same level of trust and enthusiasm among the Western Balkan countries. And second, I would say that the process today is even more important for the Western Balkan than it was 10 years ago. So while some progress has been made in this region because of this process, and we are mentioning here roaming and free traveling within the Balkan countries, although Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina, I need to emphasize this, haven't really moved toward this direction. What we are seeing is the fact that none of the Western Balkan countries have experienced significant breakthroughs in the EU integration efforts. So this is very important. Furthermore, today, as we have discussed also in the morning, Europe is countering severe security crisis, and this crisis have the potential to spill over the Western Balkans, considering the history and vulnerabilities that we are now. So it is a very important and necessary process, but what we need to discuss more is the process efficiency. And so very, very right. The concerns for all of us in this panel today is how to handle the Berlin process accountability. So the first step naturally involves the policymakers in the Western Balkans. And for this is vital for them to establish clear and tangible goals to follow within the process itself. So this is number one. So this is not just coming from the civil society, but it is them to say that less is more. So let's have these goals, and we are going to follow 1, 2, 3, without going to 4. While leaders, of course, might commit to some declarative kind of like objectives, it is very important that the majority of these objectives set during the process are clear, realistic, and what is important, accompanied by specific timeline for their implementation. So it is also important to emphasize that these objectives commitments cannot be formulated in isolation, because we are speaking here today that every topical group of this process has just put forward recommendations, but how much of these recommendations, in fact, are going to be taken in consideration next year in terms of like following up with the objectives and the commitments that the country take. So I want to come to the point, in fact, of my speech, that is the fact that it's important to underscore that civil society can and should actively take part closely in the monitoring process of the commitments that governments undertake under this process. So I think this is very important to discuss today. Because we're talking about parliamentary kind of like oversight processes, but I think that civil society, especially in the region, it has all the capacity in order to create this mechanism that for some of the commitment that the governments of the Western Balkans undertake to kind of like go and fully check and monitor how they are progressing with the implementation. And this also comes as a necessity in a time when the Berlin process itself doesn't have created a monitoring mechanism, and hostess members like Albania this year have no authority, in fact, in oversighting capacities. So it is really important. And also, civil society can evaluate and perform the performance of governments for many of the Berlin process and generate monitoring reports to assess their implementation. So it's also important to say that these reports should be given serious attention. And if the objectives that these policymakers have undertaken, 1 year or 2 years ago, have not met, then policymakers, both in the regional and the European level, should discuss on potential strategies to achieve them before swiftly shifting from one topic to another. So we all know, in London summit in 2018, it was anti-corruption. Then it was kind of mentioned in Poznan, and then 1 year later disappeared. So, and governments really, they gave very specific and very detailed commitments. And nobody followed up. And so this is happening also in other topics. So just to conclude, in this way, not only civil society fulfill its crucial role in holding governments accountable, but is also established an important and much needed independent accounting mechanism for the Berlin process itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, great. So maybe a logical follow-up will be Geron, but first I want to hear you. So this year it's 20th anniversary of the Thessaloniki summit. Not a lot to celebrate, so I guess not so much attention by the media. Next year is 10th anniversary of the Berlin process. So maybe we will have something, you know, as a good news to show the citizens that actually the governments and, you know, the society is working on more on this regional cooperation. So how can the media actually help in this?
Yeah, hello everybody. Normally I'm the one to put the questions as a journalist. Yeah, but you gave me even a bigger challenge because I was starting to tell you that we try to find out what people know about the Berlin process. And as you probably might feel, they don't know what it is about. So if you go outside, you see the beautiful flags on the street and something is happening. It looks like celebrating something, but what it is about, people don't know. And now you even put Thessaloniki in. So,
focus
okay,
on Berlin.
No, okay. When I got the invitation to the panel, I was very honored, but I thought, oh, what a topic. I don't even understand the words, and everything is Latin. Accountability, the process, cooperation. What else do we have? So, you know, as a journalist, we have to translate what we are talking about. And this is why I want to become a bit more interactive now in this session. And I wanted to find out if there are any journalists in the room. So journalists in the sense of reporting. Is there anybody? Okay, we found somebody. Okay. Can you tell me what is your news of today? What did you learn to report? Today's discussion, because we are in the Civil Society Forum.
Putting you on a spotlight if you get
Sorry, okay, but you don't have to answer because I have a very short time. But no, no, I'm not kidding. You understand what I'm talking about. It's too abstract. It is too much away from people's reality, what we are discussing about. And when we talk about accountability of the Berlin process, 99% of the population don't understand what we are talking about. So my point here is today, not what we should do, but what should you do as civil society, or we as part of the civil society, if media, if journalists are part of the civil society, which is a question mark to me. But in this framework of civil society organizations that most of you are presenting, on politicians. So I think the main thing is you should be able to tell us journalists, why does it matter? Why is it worth to follow this process? Why does it matter to people? Because normally in this environment, me as a journalist, I'm always thinking, oh, how can I make a story out of this discussion? It's too abstract, it's too far away. And during for example, if we talk about accountability, it's even more complex. And I was thinking in advance, can I give an example? And lucky you, I found one, or lucky me. Last year in Berlin, during the Berlin process, we were talking about the new agreement on accepting identity cards between the countries. Oh, and we thought, oh, this is something concrete. People might move and might visit each other. And then directly after the Berlin process conference in Berlin, we made a story of this when somebody traveling from to visit his relatives in Bosnia-Herzegovina. But as you all know, probably it didn't become reality. Dodik and others are not, how to say, signing the agreement. So still it is happening the same way it used to be. And so a week ago, we did another story just before this Berlin process conference to show and this is part of the media work in terms of accountability. And so it's one of our young journalists who got an invitation to Kosovo. He is from Sarajevo. Made a film together with our colleague from Kosovo just to show how complicated it is. And I think these are the stories we as journalists have to tell. Why is it so important to get progress, or how we say it here today, a process that delivers, question mark. And no question mark. So, and just not to be too long,
Yeah.
I have also some recommendations. So not to the politicians, as the civil society normally does, but to the civil society. So I think the first thing is, you saw it here in this forum, which is of course by chance, I think we should include more journalists and practical journalists who do reporting in the process. And I think the second thing is, what we all experience in media coverage, we still have very separated media coverage, and we need more regional networking. And the civil society forum or civil society in the countries can enable this process. We need to talk in the same sense to people in Serbia and Kosovo, or in Bosnia-Herzegovina and in Montenegro. And then the last one is tell some stories. Today, when I was following the panels, I thought, oh my God, where are the concrete stories? And I think the Civil Society Forum can tell stories. There are people who have experienced differences. For example, last week was the Youth Forum of the Berlin process. And maybe you have been following the Youth Forum. We had some young journalists on the train. And so they were traveling by train from Durrës to Elbasan, or from Elbasan to Durrës, I don't remember. And only via entering a train in Albania, it was not only going back to history of the 60s, because the train was very old and very dysfunctional, but people experienced mobility, moving. They exchanged their different views on infrastructure from the 6 Western Balkan countries. And I'm convinced that also all you guys here representing different organizations have a lot of stories to tell. And I really would like to encourage you to be more concrete in order to enable us journalists to have something to report. Thank you.
Enable. So, yeah, so recommendation for next story, you know, when you show how complicated it is to travel from one country to another, you can also say how easy it is from travel, I don't know, from North Macedonia to Albania with ID cards, to be a bit more positive on that account. Okay, last but not least, Geron has a solution. He has worked on a methodology of how we can monitor the process, to monitor everything, or to focus on some elements. How should we do it? Until now, there was no, you know, a hero among the civil society that will take this endeavor and, you know, follow everything that the government actually, you know, signing for. So give us your thoughts.
Okay.
How it should be done.
Thank you. It's very interesting when you talk about the monitoring, always you have in mind the etymology of the name. And Adelaida talks something about the etymology of the expression, accountability. All of them are Latin. Yes, it's true. Even monitoring is Latin. It comes from monere, which means where. But it's noun and verb. A noun means monitor is a senior pupil in the middle age who monitor the classroom, how he's going to behave. In one sense or another, civil society in Western Balkans is going to monitor how we are going to behave against the Berlin process, commitment, and engagements. And in that sense, EU Commission are the teachers and are going to look us how we are making the homeworks. I have just tried to draft a concept note for a civil society monitoring mechanism for Berlin process, which is based to, let's say, a simple way how different organizations in Western Balkan countries are going to establish so-called civil society monitoring mechanisms on Berlin process, managed by a secretariat, but mostly composed by consortium of at least 8 representatives of civil society organization in Western Balkans, 2 for each country. One of them will be civil society organization, and which means think tank, and another will be a watchdog organization. So a civil society organization who have experience to monitoring how policies and everything as implemented in certain countries. And the idea is that after that is going to be established, they are going to produce 2 types of reports every year. One and be annual report every 6 months, and another is annual monitoring report for Berlin process against each commitment which have been taken or engagement by declarations in ministerial meetings and Berlin process leader summits. As is mentioned before, next year we have 10 years of Berlin process summit, and maybe it's a time to make, let's say, conclusion how this process have brought to Western Balkans. And always we don't have to forget the name, because people sometimes wait immediately result, but even the Berlin process itself talk about process, and process sometimes it's a long way, but let's hope it's not going to be longer than 10 years. Meanwhile, all these reports is going to be composed by country monitoring reports, which is going to be included in so-called biannual and annual monitoring report for Berlin process. So in the end, the civil society organization will be part of such consortium, will present before the decision maker and policy makers in each year, which is the time when Berlin Process Leader Summit has been held, such report. But meanwhile, during the years, different think tanks, which part of such consortium, can produce policy papers for certain aspects of the Berlin process in different policy areas, energy, security, education, research, and something like that. Having in the end of the year, when the Berlin process leader summit is happened, to see what we have done in 1 year in Western Balkans, how EU Commission and European Union itself has committed against such engagement, financially and politically. And meanwhile, we're just going to see ourselves in the mirrors, how we have looked after 1 year. And civil society can do it. It's a third actor, of course. Different ministries and governments have its own monitoring mechanism, but I think that it's really quite important, taking account that since 9 years, Civil Society Forum of Berlin process held its own meeting, but it's need to have its own accountability against the policymaker and decision maker. And regarding the transparency, I have suggested to have a sort of observatory for Berlin process, which is going to be hosted by Open Society Foundation for Balkans website, which is going to produce any annual report and policy briefs which are related to Berlin process. And in the end, let's suppose that Monday we have Berlin Process Leader Summit. 1 day before, civil society from Western Balkans, which is part of such consortium which constitute civil society monitoring mechanism, have going to present its own finding from the annual monitoring report on Berlin process. We hope that this is going to make policymaker and decision maker accountable against the engagement they have taken in any summit, and we are not going to lose, let's say, as Fatjona said, the priorities. So let's suppose that last years they have been focused on energy, and we have to see what's happening energy policy sector in Western Balkans countries, including implementation, project funding, and so on.
Super.
Regarding the funding of such civil society monitoring mechanism for Berlin process, the Secretariat is going to be established. We're going to apply for institutional grant by different donors. Unfortunately, we have donors which are interested currently in Western Balkans. And meanwhile, just trying to apply to ask and request commitment from even Western Balkans country, governments or different actors to support such civil society monitoring mechanism.
Okay, super.
In a few words, this is the idea that to have a civil society monitoring mechanism for Berlin process.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
just one additional, as we have the parliaments now on board, it will be good part of this biannual, annual, whatever they're going to be, to give it also to the parliaments so they can organize meetings and events in the parliament and ask governments how they're doing.
Yes, Parliament, as you know, have its own mechanism, oversight mechanism, its own parliamentary commission, hearing sessions, and it happens. And I think will be really quite useful if such report is going to present in parliaments and rather to policymakers.
Okay, super. So we have around 15 minutes to question. You have heard 6 different presentations. So now the floor is open. I will give you the floor. You have to, who are you, where you're coming from, and to whom you're posing the question. Gentleman in the back. We go. I don't know. But you have to present yourself.
It is more difficult to answer to Alexandra's questions, who we are and where we go, than to ask who I am. Mirko Popović Reri from Serbia. So I have questions, but I want your reflections, but questions are not for you. I'm happy that we heard that establishing of monitoring mechanism is on table, but I think that what is also needed is establishing of a similar monitoring mechanism for projects and activities funding by EU and EU bilateral donors in the region, according to similar methodology. We mentioned capture state. There is a report a few years ago of the Court of Auditors about failing of EU support in implementing rule of law reforms in the region. So, since the results are not satisfied, the question is for you. Does EU think that with same actors, those who captured state, they will reach some different results? Or they need to include some other actors and to work in a different field with that actors. We spoke also today about the crisis of parliaments in the region. I think that solution is stronger engagement of parliaments. Give them something to do. Stronger engagement of parliamentary oppositions in each country. Give them something to do in EU accession process and also within the Berlin process. At the end, what we need is for recommendations to be fulfilled. We need decision makers from EU and countries level to provide, not only to listen, but to provide answers to our recommendation. We need to see outcomes of our recommendations. And for that, we need them here on this floor. Thank you.
And because you mentioned like what the EU should do, and there's no people here from the EU, you're directing the question to?
No, I would like your reflections on that. Okay. I would like to hear what Alexandra had to say, but
okay. To Alexandra
as well. Yes,
we have a progress there. Okay, Frauke, and then the lady in the back. Yeah, I will collect a couple of questions and then we can answer them.
Thank you, Frauke Sievers, German Council on Foreign Relations, better known as DGAP, around the globe. My question is a bit provocative, but it's also still meant that way. So Alexandra was mentioning, and we all know the Berlin process was introduced in a moment when enlargement was stuck. and it was kind of to pick up the pieces and to keep the ball rolling in a way. Now we have this new momentum, as it is said, but we've seen, okay, enlargement policy hasn't worked. We had the Berlin process. Now we need a new monitoring mechanism. But doesn't this mean that also, I mean, with all the recommendations that we've heard regarding more transparency for the citizens, very concrete, as you mentioned, very concrete things that we can work on, that we can have oversight on. And we had this, as was mentioned last year in Berlin, we had these very clear agreements. And still, that is also not working. And then if we have the new momentum now, and as Alexandra was pointing to this a little bit, maybe we have a chance to kind of fade it into the enlargement process at large, to the new enlargement process, to the new strategy. But if this is also not working, what do we have? Do we really need a new monitoring mechanism to the Berlin process, which is already a process to the enlargement process? Or are we just stuck with the entire process?
Thank you. Bojana Selakovic, National Convention on European Union in Serbia. Okay, maybe a small reflection, and if someone of you is ready to respond. Actually, two reflections. One is related to promotion of the Berlin process among policymakers. When I'm speaking from Serbian perspective, I can tell you that majority of people in Serbia thinks that all regional achievements actually are achieved in other regional initiatives, because you know, and I think that you all aware of who is the biggest promoters of some other regional initiatives. So can we talk about some mechanisms in that way? And that is a very similar situation like with communication of EU perspective and enlargement process in general when it comes to the highest Serbian officials. And the second reflection is related to the role of civil society. And when we are talking about some new mechanisms, how can we ensure more transparency in the inclusion of civil society? I'm here for the first time on this forum, and I have to tell you that it was not clear to me, although I'm very active in civil society in Serbia, how participants from civil society are chosen, how they are participating for different topics, etc., etc. And in that regard, other colleagues from civil society on national level are also not aware of the process and all activities among it. So if we are advocate toward our governments to be more transparent, I think that we also maybe can consider some concrete and more systematic mechanisms when it comes to involvement of civil society. Thank you.
The question was directed towards. Who would you like to answer? Whoever. Okay, Fayona will answer. I will take one more question and that's it, because we will have like 5 minutes to answer all of them.
I'm Valbona from Helvetia Swiss Intercorporation. I mean, you asked how to report at the end of the day. So what my takeover from all the sessions I could attend is that proved as well from different evidences that the trust to our leadership is going through a crisis. So there it's about accountability. And we see from all reports that the accountability mechanisms should go through parliaments, through elected representatives, but basically the trust of people to those who should be accountable is so low. So basically we have more questions than answers about it. So my question or proposal would be, what's about of a more decentralized way of accountability? So rethinking accountability through quite a decentralized approach, reaching to people through other instruments and taking directly their feedback. Media would be one of them. Let's not forget that even civil society who is supposed to make the watchdog role is in a crisis. I don't know how many civil society organizations have a real constituency. So this disconnection could be mediated through a decentralized approach. What's your view on that?
Okay. They would not have time to answer. Then, okay, the last one. Okay, go.
Thank you. I'm Ani Ruzzi, correspondent of Deutsche Welle in Albania since many years. My question is this. Well, let's consider that the instruments for monitoring the results of Berlin process, what is this process going to deliver, would be done, and it will be distributed to the institution and to the politics decision makers. How would be ensure that all the institutions that monitoring results will be distributed could have any effect, any constructive effect? Because if these reports, or if whatever is going to be produced about what the Berlin process is going to deliver, will say just as reports, what's the results? Thank you.
Okay, that's quite a philosophical question for the end. But concretely, okay, obviously, you were the most provocative one, at least from the questions. So you can answer on monitoring the project not only on the Berlin process, but also funded on a regional level. You know, whom should we address, as the ones that we're addressing are actually the ones that are capturing the state, if I got the question right. Frauke was more on the line like, are we doing a good job, or is there any job for us here? And then the question for you was on, yeah, trust and leadership, decentralized accountability, and how we should ensure, you know, more transparency in the process. So yeah, you can start. So you have 3 minutes.
I'll be brief.
Yeah,
three points here. First, on the EU thing, well, I think that like we now have to just be patient. Next year it's election time, and then we will hopefully get a new commission, a new momentum, and really somebody who understands, who wants to understand, and who actually wants to contribute. So I think that's a matter of time, and hopefully of wise decisions and appointments. The other questions, well, I think that we are the ones, and I would agree there with Adelheid, that we have also to find ways to reach out to citizens, because we already heard today in the first panel that a responsibility shift is starting. It's you who are voting, and we just have to work with whomever you vote, and then do not go back to stabilocracy, stability before democracy, and so on. So, but I found that comment particularly interesting, because it is a clear starting of responsibility shift. So we have to reach out to citizens to explain, to make them able to make informed decisions when they vote, or make them voting at all. And when these processes, inclusive, non-inclusive, through the EU enlargement process, through the Berlin process, whatever they are, when they start delivering tangible results, the level of abstractness will disappear, and it will become concrete. I mean, visa abolition is something very concrete, but we are not seeing it. And in this respect, also to the monitoring, I mean, we had yearly progress report by the Commission, which then, because of lack of progress, had to be renamed into country reports. And I just fear that we might get into the same trap if we start producing reports for the Berlin process. How will we name them? I mean, we definitely should not name them progress reports.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And we had a wonderful tweet the other day from the commissioner that you're doing an outstanding job when it comes to your rule of law reform. So that's great. So, Faitona, the question was on the inclusion?
Yeah, the question was on inclusion, and I'm just going to answer that, but I just want to add something very small. When it comes to all these initiatives and how we can align these initiatives in order, like, I mean, to have more order and understanding. And I think that, of course, we can align the EU integration process with the Berlin process. Like, I mean, they go hand to hand. So I think that there's nothing bad if these monitoring reports that they would come from civil society, they could also be taken in consideration by the progress report, by the EU Commission itself. And just, I mean, really align and make them useful, not only for this process, but for the overall, like, I mean, situation of the countries and commitments of the government. So I think that they might be very useful. When it comes to inclusiveness, I think this is very, very valid question, because I mean, sometimes we're, as a civil society, we're accusing governments and institutions, like, I mean, of being, like, I mean, exclusive, being closed, and then sometimes, like, I mean, civil society in this region might fall in the same trap. So I think this is good question, and I think that it is very important if some mechanism like this is going to be created, which is really much needed. I think that it's important to have a fair distribution among civil societies for each of the countries. And what is most important is to have civil society that has, like, I mean, a long track records when it comes to topics that the Berlin process, like, I mean, kind of like emphasize. So regarding the topics and the field of expertise, I think that they can lead, like certain civil society organization, they can lead for several topics. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And how the people are chosen that are here? The organizers are in the first row, so maybe you can ask them afterwards. The last question goes to the media. It's a good sign.
Yes, I agree that this is a severe problem, the disconnection between the policymaker and the people. And of course, there's lack of trust, disconnection. And what can we do as journalists? Maybe I try to give a very practical answer. I think it's very important to, as journalists, to give space for authentic stories, to talk to people, to listen to their problems, and to try to provide solutions. That is why we have a new strategy of solution-oriented journalism, to not also always fall into the trap of talking about problems, but also to provide the solutions. I think this is one very important thing in journalism. The second thing is also when we talk about who is telling the story, to have authentic journalists who are as close as possible to the area. So you talked about decentralization, and I think it very much matters. So if we see, if we talk about problems in the region, and we want to explain it to our audience, for example, in southern Albania, it is important to also give concrete examples from southern Albania. But, and the third point would be, I think, and this is possible with our great structure we have here in the room, to also give examples from other countries. And I think if we talk about best practices, people in most of our countries in the Western Balkans here don't know the reality in the neighboring countries. And I think we can provide examples from other countries. And we can also write about it. This is always interesting, good and bad examples. And the last just to give one last thing that comes up to my mind is explainer. We do have this new format of explainers in many media, that we explain things. So very fact-based, explaining what it is about, what are the aspects that are relevant. And this also helps people to guide, to get some guidance through the jungle of disinformation and confusion they are faced with. So maybe this is just part of an answer, but I wanted to be constructive in answering to, in reflecting what you were saying.
Okay, thank you very much, Faitona, Arber, Adelheid, Alexandra, Geron, and Victoria. Thank you very much. I hope you liked it. We were quite precise on the timing. So there is a bus tour at 7, and we are starting tomorrow a little bit later, so you don't have to wake up early in the morning. So please join me in round of applause for our panelists, and see you all tomorrow.